We made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
beaming, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, beaming, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack.
Hello! How we doing, folks? To my word, I have returned, and we are indeed going to be talking some politics today. Hello! It's a cool fit. Thank you, Cliff. I saw pictures of myself from like 4 months ago, and I was like, I turned to my partner, I was like, God, will I ever look this hot again? And my partner was like, yeah, you still have that outfit. You can just put it on. And so I did. Howdy. What's politics? You know, we'll talk about it. It's very dumb, but very important. How we doing? Give them credit for saying it. Hell yeah. Joe Burtis. Thank you for comparing me to Trinity from The Matrix. Genuine aspirational figure for, 99% of trans girls, I thought we were here for the politics. I mean, you can be here for multiple things. And technically, if you're here for the politics, you're here for at least 2 things. Hello. How we doing? Displacer Floof. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Kiva Indafer. Hello, Claude Sire King. Hello, Orvillaby. Hello, J Springer 629. Hello, CMH006. Also, goddamn, 95 stream streak of watching Riverboat Jack. My god. Hats off to you, gentle viewer. Hello, Tom Pritchett. Hello, Manic Jackson. Hello, Yannick de Nieuwborg. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Peradu. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Jackie. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Cattail. Hello, Just Cute Girls. Hello, Damned Sputnik. Hello, how we doing, Tazmilly's Hero? Hello, Zoe M. Hello, S-Thump. I'm just gonna say that's how you pronounce it. Hello, Iverxer. Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Kaylee Artemis. Hello, J-Fo. Hello, Baby Gorilla. Hello, how we doing, Mask? Hello, Static Somnio. Hello, Jay the Cryptid. God, I wish there was a way I could fix the way your chats appear. And I know YouTube has fucked us with us yet again with the usernames, but I can't fix that. I wish I could. Hello, Zula Goetia. Hello, T4 Tum. Riley. That's Tatum Riley. Oh, gotcha. I I also like T4 Tum. That's a 10 out of 10 username. Uh Hello, just to be here. Hello, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Is YouTube weird? Yes. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello. How we doing? Cliff. Hello, Mothmouth. Hello, Carver E. Bane. Hello, Heretic Soup. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Malaki. Also, Jazz Dog. Maybe you could do a Mamdani jazz with his speech that he gave when he won the general election too. I'm just throwing that out there as a humble country streamer, but it'd be pretty cool if you did. Then there would be two Mamdani jazzes. Hello, a very small moth. Hello, Paladin Lost! Oh, wait. I restarted my computer.
Do you want a tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Dark Lord Ken. Hello, Joey Stolly. Hello, Fighting Hobbit. Hello, Admin. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, almost said hello to Admin twice. Ooh. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Finner. Hello. Hello, Jobertus Maximus. Hello, Robert Adson. Hello, Travis T. Hello. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Hi, Michelle Mercedita. What is that sound from? I don't know. I've always liked you trying to say my username, but YouTube took that from me. T-Pritched. I'm sorry. Yeah, YouTube's been goofing. It's been new boots goofing, but like without the new boots. Oh, true travesty. Best solution to YouTube chat being weird is abandoning ship and coming to site chat, where we have a lot more emotes and funny frogs. It's true. It's true. Also, folks, I will let my hair down when we hit 50 subs. Just as a heads up, this is where we currently are. If we hit 50 subs, which would be 465, I will let my hair down and we can party together, all right? Yeah, where else are you going to get the dill burrito emote? You think YouTube chat is ever going to have enough slots to have a dill burrito emote? No, it won't. The upload dates have gone missing? Wait, really? YouTube, what are you doing? You're killing me. Also, just can I get a vibe check for anyone watching on your phone? If you go over to my latest YouTube video on mobile, do you guys see the hype button? You might have to like the video to see the hype button. I'm just trying to like figure out what this new feature is and how much I should push it and try and educate folks about it. Oh, hell yeah, Jazz Dog. Can't help, am on laptop. Indeed. Tablet should work for that too, I would imagine. It is extremely inconsistent. Yeah, they like pushed a whole ass email to me about it. And like, I don't know, they're being real silly about it. You need to be hyped in YouTube's eyes to get a hype button, but they sent me an email. That should mean that they're hyped. You don't see a hype button on the Matt Walsh video? Like go you have to go to like an actual video, not just the stream. You have to on mobile go to the actual video section. Yeah, you should be able to hype my VODs. You can't hype live streams. Huh. You have been able to hype my past VODs? That's crazy. Alright. Where's it located? It should be located, in like the list of options right below the video where you can like the video and such. There should be a hype button somewhere in there. Yeah, or really any of my videos from the last 7 days that aren't live streams, they should be getting hype buttons. Not seeing it on Android. Huh. It's a true mystery. Do I need to like manually turn it on for the video? Yeah, it should be in there. That's quite frustrating. You can hype VODs, but you can't hype anything with a political title? Wait, so if you can't, just to check something, can one of you on mobile check the still think AI is the future, watch this video that is on my YouTube channel? Does that have a hype button on it? Because I'm wondering if like YouTube is basically going like, well, you can't hype something that has Matt Walsh's name in it. And I'm wondering if that's the case. Just check that one. No hype button for me. No? No? Man, some people have said they've seen it on my content. Other people say they haven't. It's very frustrating. What does the hype button look like? It looks kind of like the like button, but it says hype next to it. Nope, no hype button. Might be a beta feature YouTube is rolling out. Yeah, it's supposed to be rolling out into like the general usage. Okay. Well, I'm sorry I started talking about it. Looks like I've been a fool to trust YouTube and its ways.
It's Manic Jackson from YouTube. I gave up with YouTube on my Android and came over to Twitch.
Aw, hell yeah. Hello, Manic Anti-Fascist. How you doing? And thank you for being the first person to like financially support stream today. I very much appreciate it. You are hype in our eyes. I appreciate it. Paulie has his cracker. Hello, Mithril. Have you thought about putting a small banner somewhere on the screen to advertise Imogene Olivia? I don't know that I want to put a banner on the content that I do, especially because, like, I don't know, like a couple days ago we talked about some pretty not appropriate content that ideally would not be associated with Imogene Olivia lingerie. That being said, I have started default adding links to Imogene Olivia in the description for videos. So go check if you need a link to it, you can check it out down below. Makes sense. Yeah, look, we have a story that I prepped for today, relatively short one that's about child sex abuse, and I feel like maybe I shouldn't be having a banner for a product on my channel while I talk about that. Does that make sense? Yeah. But I love the suggestions. We actually got a great suggestion in the email inbox for Imogene Olivia the other day. And yeah. That's why we're here. It's because you have those decisions and you make those choices. Thank you, Manic Anti-Fascist. I appreciate that. But everyone should check out Imogene Olivia Lingerie. We have big plans for our upcoming season. And we might have some big plans to announce between seasons. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, look at that rack you got. I mean, wait, what? Who said that? Well, yeah, no, look. My girls need a lot of support, and when I want to look sexy in lingerie, Imogene Olivia is the way to do it. It's built literally for the trans femme body, and it fits like a dream, unironically. Also, if any of you have bought just the bra, we'd appreciate if you leave a review on Imogene Olivia's website, because everything else has a review, and everything else has been 5 stars, because of course it has. And yeah, consider leaving a bra review as well. I still think you guys would make a killing if you had gender-affirming sportswear for trans folks. Well, look, that might be something down the line, but the goal is to fill the niche of, like, lingerie. You know? And also, part of the problem is we're starting from the ground up with next to nothing, so it costs money to order first of all, it costs money to design and, like, get sample garments to, like, verify that these are good designs, and then it costs money to order the production, and then it costs money for the fucking tariff fees, depending on, where they're where they're going through. But, like, do you ship internationally or just in the US? We will ship internationally. But with, like, all the tariff stuff that has been going on, some of the shipping might get a little bit pricey if we ship internationally. But if you're curious about that, Invincible Spoonman, best way to go is just shoot an email uh, to the email that is on, I think it's hello@imogeneolivia.com. Just shoot an email and ask about that international shipping. I know we have done international shipping. I just don't want you to get surprised by, like, some kind of international shipping fee or something. But otherwise, yes, we have and will. But if you're curious, ask. I got into an argument with someone about me feeding a MAGA guy. This guy told me it was somehow enabling the MAGA guy's hate and bigotry to not let him starve. I understand that there are a lot of people who have a lot of animosity towards folks in the MAGA cult, but, like, also understand they're in a fucking cult, you know? Like, they have been suckered in, and honestly, they're gonna get screwed over way more than any of us. My wife is very sensitive to different materials, read autistic, anything specific to that. My partner, who designs these from the ground up, is very one of her special interests is fabric and materials. And so Imogene Olivia lingerie has been designed specifically to have only comfortable material touching your body. And, like, if you need like a breakdown of that or how that goes, my partner definitely understands those needs. Hello, Nightinghawk. I'm a D cup on top of everything else. Sucks during the summer. Oof. Sorry to hear that. I can verify that our bralettes will fit D cup and above. Let's see. God, didn't Brutus Magnuson on the Megyn Kelly note? Did anyone see their headline? Megyn Kelly anxiously awaits for other people to chime in with her defense of pedophilia. Yeah, like I just don't understand the impulse to be like, ah, yes, you voted for Trump, now you get to starve. Like that's nah. Like part of the reason being on the left rocks and is cool and is the morally correct position is because we believe that, like, hey, everyone point blank gets housing, everyone point blank gets healthcare, everyone point blank gets food and clothing. You know, like everyone deserves that, full stop, no exceptions. All right, are you guys ready for content? Are you guys ready for content? Oh, yes, I did respond, Jess. I can't remember the content of my response now yet. Though. Here we go. Nah, more vibing? Hey, we got content to cover. We got content to cover. And you guys have to start hitting that like button, folks. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. If we manage to make it through the content I have prepped tonight, and finish the Rudyard video I owe you guys, then I will play Expedition 33, but we will have to see how far we get. All right? So, half of y'all haven't liked it yet? That's right. Shame one another into liking until we hit 100% like capacity. Okay. Folks, I did indeed actually say that the stream is live this time. Good job, me. Here we go. By the way, did I say that we were gonna get straight into content? I lied.
Oh, majestic! A hunter is a hunter even in a dream. But alas, not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending.
They made a mod to turn Elden Ring into Bloodborne.
Catch us if you can in this dream of dreams. The sacred rite nears completion. The dream will be real. We will be granted eyes. Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes. If you don't like that, then pish posh.
So fucking cool. Why haven't they just ported Bloodborne to PC? The fans are hungry? I don't know. Anyway, this mod is out now, in its alpha 0.2 form. And, you know what? I think that's pretty neat. Never played Bloodborne, but it looks so rad. It is so rad. Let's see here. Also, Paladin, are you in the chat? Because they hate you. Yeah, they're busy working on that new Nintendo Switch 2 game, you fools. Paladin, do you want to hop on and talk about Rebecca? And if you're not up for it today, yeah, you can absolutely have 5 minutes. 1000%. I can talk real quick about another topic. Here we go. Just real quick. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is launching what I can only imagine is the prelude to some kind of dystopian cyberpunk novella or anime. And I say that because basically this is the beginning of every single oh no, society has collapsed because of AI stories ever. Um, this is a new presidential action launching the Genesis mission. And you know, it's well, it's interesting for sure. Basically, the stated intent of the Genesis Project mission, rather. Sorry, the Genesis Project is something in Star Trek. But basically, they want to future-proof America using AI technology. Now, of course, if anyone has been following any of my coverage of AI stuff, you'll know that this is an inconceivably bad plan. Like, this is a genuinely terrible, terrible plan. And in the off chance that it would actually, like, do anything of use, maybe it would streamline government databases and make them more communicative with each other. But the issue is, the reason we don't have those databases communicate with each other is because we don't want a bunch of people who are in a completely different part of the government to have access to a bunch of data in a different part of the government, right? There's a reason why we silo information in government. And, well, this action compares the Genesis mission to that of the Manhattan Project, to create the atomic bomb. This order launches the Genesis mission as a dedicated, coordinated national effort to unleash a new age of AI-accelerated innovation and discovery that can solve the most challenging problems of this century. The Genesis mission will build an integrated AI platform to harness federal scientific datasets, the world's largest collection of such datasets developed over decades of federal investments to train scientific foundation models and create AI agents to test new hypotheses, automate research workflows, and accelerate scientific breakthroughs. The Genesis mission will bring together our nation's research and development resources, combining the efforts of brilliant American scientists, including those at our national laboratories, with pioneering American businesses, world-renowned universities, and existing research infrastructure, data repositories, production plants, and national security sites to achieve dramatic acceleration in AI development and utilization. So just pause right there. Notice that, like, the number one thing they list there is for businesses to partner with this massive conglomeration of AI data, right? And basically what they want to do is they want to sell off the American, like, research foundation of American research to the highest bidder, and that includes all of the information in those scientific data sets, which includes, like, sensitive information about individuals. Like, and if you combine that, you're basically getting a bunch of incredibly huge vulnerabilities. And you know, it's only this year that AI just trashed a production database, right? Yeah, no, like, this is going to absolutely trash so much of this data. It's going to be rendered unusable, in part because, if you noticed in here, part of the goal is to create AI agents that test new hypotheses, etc., etc., etc. What that means is basically they want to create AI that can independently operate and have access to all of these data sets, and also be able to do a whole bunch of other things and have access to so many other things as well. Which I shouldn't have to point out, given that, like, you have, AI powered children's toys telling kids how to, like, form nooses, that maybe this isn't the best idea. Maybe this is actually a pretty bad plan with no actual, like, upside for us. Yeah, like, we can't trust AI to, like, be in a children's toy. What makes you think we can trust AI to be rustling around with the world's most sensitive data that exists? Like, that this is crazy. And not only that, but they want to integrate it into national security sites and production plants. And really, this is just kind of setting the stage for a complete kind of collapse of like our ability to function as a country. This is a dramatic vulnerability that under no circumstances has any upside for us. Yet basically this is a way to get investors excited about AI technology and to boost AI company like stock prices. That's what this is. Like, if this ever actually came to be about, it would be a colossal vulnerability. But until it does, what it really does in the short term is boost those AI stock prices. But it's not going to be enough to buoy those stock prices forever. That's for damn sure. So the Secretary of Energy is responsible for establishing it and running it. The assistant to the president of science and technology shall provide general leadership of the mission. And yeah, it's basically, we're going to take people from the DOE and we're going to take all like our supercomputing technology and we're going to refocus all of it on making this AI bullshit work. It's such a bad idea. When the AI bubble pops, how bad is it going to be? It's going to be like Great Depression bad. We might be better off in general because like our level of technology is greater than that of like the Great Depression era. But like it's going to be bad. Like there is no safety net capable of holding all of us. Oh, and by the way, don't worry guys. Don't worry guys. You know who's got us? You know who's got us right now? Don't worry. There's a guy who knows exactly how to handle AI technology. And it's the guy who currently runs the guy who currently runs Liberty Energy as CEO. So, you know, this guy definitely understands AI. There he is, the ultimate AI understander. Definitely the guy you want in charge of everything related to AI. It's just such a bad idea. It's comical, and like there's so many disturbing elements of this. Like, I mean, just I'm gonna pull one more. Within 60 days of the date of the order, the Secretary shall identify and submit to the APST a detailed list of at least 20 science and technology challenges of national importance that the Secretary assesses have the potential to be addressed through the mission, and that span priority domains consistent with the National Science and Technology Memorandum 2 of September 23, 2025, including advanced manufacturing, biotechnology, critical materials, nuclear fission and fusion technology, quantum information science, and semiconductors and microelectronics. And it's just like, oh, okay, yeah. No, we're just gonna try and integrate with all that shit. It's nuts. Microsoft's AI CEO doesn't understand why no one wants AI in Windows. It's just shit. It feels like such utter dog shit to use. But, you know, surely integrating it into all of our government systems will make it better. Anyway, moving on. Like, comment, and subscribe.
AI is very useful for generating good information from large data sets, but you have to build the AI ethically and have ethical people verifying the data. I trust the current admin to do neither.
The issue is AI is not very useful for generating good information from large data sets, largely because AI, you have to check its work. And if you don't check its work, it can hallucinate the good information from the data set. It can like just throw in numbers that it thinks you might like. It's just the part of the issue with AI is the hallucination problem. And that will throw off any of the good information you might get. Like, if you just need, like, a general thing, you need a general knowledge, I guess you could use, like, an AI summary for that. But part of the problem is they've researched people who use AI summaries and people who just did a Google search and found the information the old-fashioned way. And guess what? People who did it the old-fashioned way understood the information far better than people who just read an AI summary. Like, it just at no point is it genuinely that useful. uh Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. Check out ImageneOlivia.com. We got a link down in the description. And, do the things that help the channel grow. If there is a hype button below this, which some of you have been saying you can see, most of you haven't been able to see it, but if you do see it, please click it. It helps a lot. And with that being said, let's move on. Whew. Czechoslovak Legion. Welcome to the Riverboat site. I just want to add to the Matt Walsh video when you said most of Dearborn's Arab population came from Lebanon, which is a Christian nation. True! True. All right. Paladin. Let's do this. Let's do this next segment. Here we go. Boo boo, testing. Sounds good. Here we go. Pulling you in. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. How you doing, Paladin?
I'm doing well. All right. So this started a few days ago with the Trans Day of Remembrance, and I was thinking about trans people who I had met who had affected me in a way, and I recalled a meeting I had at PAX. I believe it was 2017 with a developer named Rebecca Heineman. For those who are not familiar with Rebecca's work, Rebecca was one of the earliest pioneers of video game development. And there is a very overlapping history between transgender folk and early technology. As Rebecca herself put it, she got into video games because she liked playing female characters, and it gave her an opportunity to play how she wanted. And as a child, they didn't have enough money to buy cartridges for the Atari 2600 that she owned. So she taught herself how to copy cartridges, how to download from one cartridge to another, and then eventually reverse engineering the cartridges, which at that period of time, being able to reverse engineer Atari 2600 cartridges was a complicated process. She was literally doing pin transfer, where she would literally hook up clamps to the cartridge to move data in between.
It's so cool.
Yeah. In 1980, her and a buddy went on a road trip, and they were going to compete in the Space Invaders Championship, and neither of them thought they were going to win. And she didn't think she was going to place in the top 100. She won. She's the first ever national U.S. video game champion.
It's genuinely like a. Oh, I'm hearing myself on your end.
Oh, are you? Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. I don't. Here, let me fix that.
Oh, thank you. That's much better.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and she ended up writing for Electronic Games magazine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Oh, wait, no, I can still hear me. I'm sorry.
Darn it. Hold on. That should help. That should help.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, much better.
Oh yeah, that is much better. Thank you.
I can barely hear you, but there we go. Okay, cool. So, all right. So, when she was working at Electronic Games, she mentioned to another developer that she knew how to reverse engineer Atari 2600 code, which would and now realize this is so early in the infancy of video games that she not only she was writing for Electronic Games magazine at 15, and at 16 she was that connection, that comment on reverse engineering 2600 games got her a job at Avalon Hill.
That's
And
so cool.
she was developing games at 16 years old.
Oh,
She
people
worked
are saying your sound is now too low.
My sound is too low. All right, I will try to adjust that. Is that better?
I think so.
Okay. I apologize.
Hello, Jack.
So she
Hope you are
developed,
well.
and
I can't stay, but
she went from Avalon Hill to Boone, and at Boone she started producing games for the Commodore 64, Apple II, VIC 20. So and her earliest games were Chuck Norris Super Kicks, Robin Hood, London Blitz. So these were very and I remember having Chuck Norris Super Kicks on the Commodore 64, um, which was a terrible game. It's an awful game, but Robin Hood was actually much better. And then eventually, Boone ceased operations, and her and Brian Fargo developed Interplay. And if you know anything about Interplay, if you were a PC gamer of a certain age, Interplay is one of the most important video game companies of your life.
I mean, even if you're not a video gamer of a certain age, like Interplay, whether you know it or not, is one of the most important video game companies to be out there, like making stuff. Like they were so prolific that so many of the things that they make are still around to this day as different franchises that have been, bought up by different companies, but like it's genuinely impressive the legacy that they created there.
Yeah. And she was lead programmer on Wasteland, The Bard's Tale, one of the Out of This World ports, and The Bard's Tale 3. These I played all of those games growing up. I played every single one of those. I played Interplay was important in our lives. And then, games like and she also and the other her other passion was Mac development. So if you owned a Mac at basically any time in the 80s, 90s, or early 2000s, you owe a great deal to Rebecca Heinemann because she ported tons and tons of games for Apogee, for Interplay, for 3D Realms. So if you played like Wolfenstein or Jazz Jackrabbit or Killing Time, Half-Life, anything that got ported to Mac OS at the time period was super important. I mean, she was always involved in the industry. She was involved in the industry up until about 6 months before right when she got sick. About 6 months before she died, she was at Amazon Gaming. She developed kernel code for the PlayStation Portable and PlayStation 4. She was involved in Baldur's Gate 2, Heroes of Might and Magic 4. Basically every version of Battle Chess you've ever seen.
Also, there's a story that gets passed around a lot about, and I don't know if this is true. I have no reason to doubt that it's true, but that she was given 10 days to port Doom to the 3DO alone. Like
Yep.
no additional support. She just went and did that.
Yeah. Um, she's yeah. She was always, always, always in on video games and was very willing to talk to people. At PAX, I just remember her being very warm. I had no credits. I had nothing on her resume. I was just a college student who knew how to code. And we talked a little bit about Python twist libraries and some other things, and it was incredibly nice to talk to her. I mean, she's literally a legend of the industry, and um, ironically, she also married an equally important legend of the industry in Janelle Jaquays. Jaquays is so important that there's literally a term in game development called Jaquaysing, which is when you use non-linear, structured narrative. In other words, if you see something like Memento, where it's very fragmented and kind of out of order, that's considered a Jaquaysian narrative. Jaquays wrote for TSR back in the day. If you were a pen and paper gamer, um, she was super important. Dark Tower, Caverns of Thracia. Um, she was one of the first writers for Dragon magazine. She developed for Steve Jackson on Shed Geek. She worked for Flying Buffalo, West End Games. She developed Dice for TSR. Um, and more importantly than possibly anything else, there's a major hub of game design at a Texas university called SMU. It's called the Guildhall. Sometimes you'll see ads for it if you're looking in the right places. The Guildhall has produced more developers than virtually any development school on the planet. I mean, people like John Romero taught at at the Guildhall. People like John Karnak taught at the Guildhall. Any of the what people called the Austin Mafia of video gaming, which was the really kind of the hive around id Software and Warren Spector's developments teams, all taught at the Guildhall, and many of the best games you played all came from this. And the biggest thing is that when you look back at the history of video gaming, you see these people like Janelle, like Rebecca, like Danielle Button Berry, like Sophie Wilson, Lynn Conway, who were basically kind of written out of the history of gaming for years and years and years. And only in the last few years have they really started to look back at that history and go, yeah, the original gaming history is walks hand in glove with the history of transgender visibility, transgender respect. Now, none of the people I've mentioned died in a way that I would consider especially. They weren't attacked or anything. Janelle died of Guillain-Barré, and Rebecca Heinemann got a really aggressive form of cancer, which
It was really fast.
was which was traumatizing. I mean, I remember seeing her Instagram from like earlier this year, like January, and she was bopping around at Universal Studios and playing with her cats. Her and Janelle are always, and then Janelle died the end of January, and Rebecca got sick right at the beginning of February, and she died a few weeks ago. And I think it's very important for when we look at Trans Day of Visibility or Trans Day of Remembrance to understand that there's so much of this history that is unwritten, so much of this history that isn't brought forth publicly, isn't talked about everywhere. Where, I mean, people, when they talk about gaming legends, they don't talk about the Rebecca Heinemans. They don't talk about the Janelle Jaquays. They don't talk about Lynn Conway. I mean, IBM had waited 52 years to apologize because they fired her for being transgendered.
Yeah.
I mean, these stories are important, and if you are out there and you are transgendered, please understand that we see you, that your contributions are not forgotten. They might not have gotten the respect they deserved in the past in their time, but people remember. People remember Rebecca. People remember Janelle. People remember Danielle Buttonberry or Lynn Conway, and people will remember Jack Gardner. It's not.
Oh, I am still alive, just to clarify.
Yes, we. Uh, you know, that's why I said will remember.
I hope so.
I hope so. But yeah, I mean, people like Christine Love, or Stephanie Sterling. Their acceptance in the industry is directly linked to people like Janelle, like Rebecca, like you know these, and understand that these artistic exploits are still there. That the work will stand, and people will remember. And I know that Trans Day of Remembrance can be tough on a lot of people, and I hope that a little discussion of what people remember, what people, who people remember, it brings you a little solace at a time like this, and
Yeah.
on a day like that.
Yeah, and I also just want to throw out there, because I know, like, people will remember the contributions that Rebecca Heinman made to, um, video games, and to, like, the the absolute DNA she contributed to franchises like Fallout through Wasteland, and like so many other things that she has impacted in video games. But I also want to shout out that she's also the award-winning writer of one of the best
Oh, talking about
uh
Celeranko?
yeah,
Cool.
fan fiction projects ever, which is basically, what if Ranma from Ranma One Half became a Sailor Scout? And it's
Yeah.
been so well received that it now has a running webcomic adaptation that actually looks really, really good. Like, visually, it is well done and recaptures the original style of Ranma.
And she was also a board of directors for GLAD, so
Yeah.
I think, yeah, and I this isn't, I'm sure on Transgender Day of Remembrance, people like people who were harmed by society, are tend to go to the forefront. But this sort of erasure, these sort of quiet reductions are just as tragic as people dying. It the sort of forgotten history of trans people in media, transgender writers in the sports industry, and so I think it's very important to I think it's very important to discuss people like Rebecca, like Janelle, and
Yeah,
that's really all I wanted to say on this.
absolutely. Well, thanks for calling in and
I
talking a
appreciate the
little bit
time.
about it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
All right. Be well, Paladin.
you too. Bye.
Bye. It is just it's a damn shame. Like, trans people all over do so much and contribute so much. And for a long time those contributions were covered up. For a long time they were not appreciated. And, like, when I say contributions, I think that there's perhaps an instinctive reach of, like, oh, well, someone's famous so they didn't contribute, or they contributed but I'm not famous so I didn't contribute. And that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking, like, any of the places that you've hung out at, there's a chance that trans people help make that happen. You know, that trans people lived and worked and put blood and sweat and tears into places and things that you loved or love, and that their contributions were never recognized because of the bigotry of the day. And like it's deeply, deeply unfair, but it doesn't have to be that way forever. And I think part of our job in the generation we are, placed as we are, at the point of time we are in, I think we are positioned to be able to break that toxic, horrible cycle of forgetting and instead remember one another. Remember the people who made the things that you love. And, that can be as, large a thing as, the Fallout franchise via Wasteland. Or it could be something smaller, like, the art that you hung on your wall. Or the fact that there's like a bar operating in your city that you like to go to that was kept afloat by like trans girls in the 30s. Like there are so many different ways. Yeah, like the references folks make to the Matrix, the I don't know, the music for a lot of different synthesizer music from the 70s. Like there are so many different ways trans people have enriched the lives of all of us. Yeah, some of the silly emotes in this chat were made by trans people. It doesn't have to be a world shaking change. Sometimes it could be a piece of graffiti that is just refused to get washed away. Sometimes it can be something as simple as a garden that got planted someplace. A flower brought to a forest glade. It can be any number of things that have enriched all of our lives. Yeah, we literally wouldn't be chatting right now if it weren't for Ashley Curtis, one of the people who to help invent the internet and file sharing as a concept. Like, sender of the first internet meme. Sorry, I'll try not to do that again. Too late, we'll remember it always. You lovely, lovely lady. Seeing trans people in public has saved my life and keeps my hope going. Exactly. Like, sometimes the contribution can be enormous. Some commodity, some thing, some piece of art or culture. And sometimes it can be as simple as being brave enough to walk down the street. But either way, let's remember one another. So, happy Trans Day of Remembrance, everyone. I know we're not doing it on Trans Day of Remembrance, but it's always worth remembering, even when it's not a holiday. And with that, folks, like, comment, and subscribe. Check out Imogene Olivia. Got it linked down in the description. Something made for trans femmes. And also, please consider supporting the stream. You guys make it possible. And let's keep on going forward into the future so we can remember as long as possible, huh? Here we go. Whew. All right. Also, just want to say big thank you to CR Rent for the $50 super chat. I really, really fucking appreciate that. Hello, Jack. Hope you are well. Can't stay, but want to say thank you for the work you do and keep up the good fight. Always will. Always will be doing my best. Thank you so much for the support. It means the world. Genuinely. And with that, also thank you to Captain Kara Sheridan. Very much appreciated. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. And will that segment be uploaded as a video? Yep. Having a hard time tonight, feeling like I'm losing someone, but I don't have any proof for it, but my heart is hurting. Some politics will blunt the sadness. Well, you came to the right place, because we're certainly going to be talking about politics. Oof. All right, folks.
Mother effing Seth MacFarlane created a Star Trek parody that told a compelling trans story spanning multiple seasons.
True. I need to spend more time watching that show. And Pluvius, thank you for the $5 super chat. All right, I'm reading the vibe. We're gonna move this later in the show. All right. Talked about the Genesis mission. Oh, you guys are gonna you guys are gonna like this. You guys are gonna enjoy this. This is a return to form for us. True, Ashley. One day, inshallah, we shall push all of the politicians and the haters off the internet, and all will be well again. What monster flavor is that? This is a peach tea, actually. It's delicious. It's also a recovery, so again, 25 calories, fully caffeinated, and delicious tea. Okay. You guys ready for another segment? Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk a little bit about one of the absolute funniest bits of clownery that has been happening within the Trump administration recently. And that is, Donald Trump has tried to abuse his power to attack his political enemies. Nothing new, exactly, and in a lot of cases, that has some pretty scary consequences. In this particular case, though, it's just an ongoing clown show, and any lawyer worth their salt paying attention to it is watching this all happen and just agog and horrified and also just snickering continuously. So to get us up to speed on this, I, of course, turned to Colorado's #1 newsman, Kyle Clark. Now, I am, of course, referring to Lindsay Halligan's prosecution of both James Comey and Letitia James, and it's genuinely hilarious. Let's take a look.
President Trump's personal attorney, the Coloradan handpicked to prosecute the president's political enemies, appears to be in over her head and sinking fast. Lindsay Halligan's attempt at prosecuting former FBI Director James Comey is going poorly. But don't take it from me, because I've prosecuted the same number of cases as Halligan. 0. Take it from former U.S. Attorney for Colorado Troy Ide, who served in the second Bush administration.
I just have to say, I love Kyle Clark's coverage so much. The absolute deadpan delivery of his shade is incredible. It's incredible. And also, dude just has his heart in the right place.
I question the basic duty of competency if what we're hearing is true. There is a duty under the ethical rules under 1.1. There's a duty of competency.
He says this because in court today, Halligan admitted that the grand jury in the Comey case never saw the specific indictment that led to his criminal prosecution. They saw a similar one, rejected some of it, and then the grand jury foreman signed an edited indictment without it being presented to the grand jury again.
Just to like really wrap up how insane what you just heard was. She introduced a grand jury like indictment, right? To the grand jury. The grand jury is supposed to look at it and say whether or not there's grounds to prosecute. And instead, she came back after first introducing the one indictment, came back to get them to sign a second indictment that they had never been presented before, and because the grand jury was confused, they signed that one, but that was not the real indictment. And so like Lindsay Halligan might genuinely get disbarred for this level of incompetency. It is incredible. It is like, that's wild stuff, okay?
Or having a second vote. And Halligan's team dodged when asked by a judge if prosecutors in her office had written a memo explaining why Comey should not be prosecuted. The judge will now consider whether to allow that case to proceed.
You know, I don't know if she's cooked. I don't know. But
can I just say I love that the phrase "is she cooked" has made it to like this guy in particular.
To proceed.
You know, I don't know if she's cooked. I don't know, but I think that there's a real question of competency, and I'm really interested in what this judge is going to have to say. That's for sure. And I hope the public pays attention to this. Is not acceptable what's going on in this country. We cannot allow this to go on.
Comey's team says the whole prosecution is just political revenge and is asking the judge to toss the case. Halligan's previous experience was as an insurance attorney before she represented Trump personally. She grew up here in Broomfield. She went to Regis University, and she was a finalist for Miss Colorado USA back when the pageant was owned by Donald Trump.
Yeah, so just to summarize her expertise in bringing an indictment to a grand jury, she was she participated in a Trump pageant, became an insurance lawyer where, she was dealing with insurance cases, became Donald Trump's personal attorney, likely because he knew who she was because she modeled in one of his pageants, and then became the person prosecuting the president's enemies with no experience whatsoever. Now, I want to be candid with you all. That news segment we just watched is from 5 days ago, and we have an update for what happened from just today. Wouldn't you know it, Judge tosses cases against Comey and James, rules prosecutor appointment was unlawful, because not only was everything going on with the grand jury just an absolute clown show. Just an absolute clown show. The appointment of Halligan itself was illegal. The decision could end the prosecution of the former FBI director. The government could refile charges against the New York Attorney General. And let's just see. And, they're almost certainly going to try and refile charges, but, like, holy moly, this is a clown. Here we go. U.S. District Judge Cameron McGowan Curry ruled that Lindsay Halligan, the prosecutor overseeing both cases, had been unlawfully appointed as interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, and therefore indictments she single-handedly secured against Comey and James must be thrown out. The judge said the Justice Department could seek a new indictment against James under a lawfully appointed prosecutor. In Comey's case, though, Curry suggested that the time for doing so has run out. Comey's lawyers had argued he cannot be recharged now because the 5-year deadline to bring a case against him expired days after he was indicted in September. Curry appeared to endorse that view in her written opinion on Monday. God, I just, it's genuinely shocking. They can't even, like, look, I know there are a lot of people who are worried about potential corruption of, like, the 2026 midterms, right? Or the general election in 2028. But keep in mind, this is the best talent they have. Like, a a Trump model turned insurance lawyer turned interim district attorney for whatever, what was it the Eastern District of Virginia. This is the best they got. Like, they can't get away with rigging it. They don't have people who are skilled enough or knowledgeable enough about doing any of these things. Yeah, if fascism comes to your country, pray that they are as incompetent as the fascists in America. It is genuinely insane. And, like,
I'm grateful that the court ended the case against me, which was a prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence, and a reflection of what the Department of Justice has become under Donald Trump, which is heartbreaking. But I was also inspired by the example of the career people who refused to be part of this travesty. It cost some of them their jobs, which is painful, but it preserved their integrity, which is beyond price. And I know they will serve again. This case mattered to me personally, obviously, but it matters most because a message has to be sent that the President of the United States cannot use the Department of Justice to target his political enemies. I don't care what your politics are, you have to see that as fundamentally un-American and a threat to the rule of law that keeps all of us free. It's time to stand up and show the fools who would frighten us, who would divide us, that we're made of stronger stuff, that we believe in the rule of law, that we believe in the importance of doing things by the law. So stand tall, shine.
God, he's so cringe. He's so cringe. Shine. Like we're in the fucking Hunger Games. No, sorry. Like we're in the sequel to Dr. Sleep that we'll never get. Nailed it. It just really is incredible. Like, they have, by every metric, the Trump administration should have all of the cards to, like, stack the deck against, like, James Comey and Letitia James. And, like, they can't do it. They can't even pull off the corruption. Like, that's kind of what we're at. They have aspirations to be corrupt. They might be racking in a bunch of money at the moment, but, like, they are not competent enough to get that bag home,
I never expected everything MAGA tried to consolidate power to backfire this comically bad on every level, including their midterm rigging attempts.
Exactly, Mackenzio. Like, it is genuinely, like, I'm a little bit taken aback at how poorly they have done. Our institutions are not vigorously defending us anymore. Like, the bureaucrats are being gutted out of every possible location within our government. And really, what is keeping it all together is, the folks who remain actually still give a damn about the country and about the rule of law, about different aspects of our society, and they're hell-bent on holding it together.
My friend who works with children says they're sending each other meow meow memes bullying Trump, face holding back tears emoji. The children are all right.
The children are all right. It's true. The kids are doing all right. Thank you for the $10 super chat. But, like, it is, I don't know. I'm taking a lot of hope from the level of incompetence these people are demonstrating.
Hello, Jack. Is that lingerie from your partner's clothing line? Looks super cute, River 8 snort.
No, this is actually from Papa Lush. But if you want to check out lingerie for my partner's line, Imogene Olivia, you can check out the link below, ImogeneOlivia.com. But I made an exception because I do like the fit of this. Anyway, folks, it's just funny to see this administration falling flat on its face. It's like that scene from the Deep Cut, that scene from The Simpsons where Sideshow Bob keeps stepping on rakes. It's like that. The idea that eventually they're gonna run out of rakes and suddenly be competent. I think they've got a whole lot of rakes left to go here, folks. So, all that being said, take heart. We're going to be talking about some ways you can help further on in the stream. And with that being said, like, comment, and subscribe. If you got anything out of this, consider supporting the stream with your subs, memberships, super chats, memberships, etc. Do the things that help the channel grow. Hit the hype button if you see it below when the segment is done. And yeah, check out Imogene Olivia lingerie. And there we go, folks. What was that name of that game you were playing? Dream Daddy? Oh, sorry. Dream Daddy, I'm gonna love you, baby. I don't think that's what you were going for, but you know what? That's what you got. Also, Circe, thank you. Is it Wait. Is it Circe? Circe? Or Circe? Or Circe, perhaps. Circe? Circe. Gotcha. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Thank you very, very much. Appreciated immensely. Whew, you guys are getting close to hair down territory. All right. Okay. You know what? Let's talk. You know what? This would actually go really well later on. I think it's
Businesses.
here. No. Where is it? There it is. Cool. All right, we're getting some of the quick hits in here, folks. Next segment. But before we do that, hello. Please consider liking the stream. You can like it for free, and it helps me out quite a bit. Helps people to find the stream. So, if you see the like button, consider clicking it. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Did I miss Trump screwing over his supporters? Not yet. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Hell yeah. Salmon Moose!
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. That's my best attempt. I do love the Toast of London. It genuinely a wonderful program. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
I love Toast. Who doesn't? Oh my. Getting a little bit off. There we go. Have to get symmetrical. Missed the title? The Toast of London. Did you? Oh, you haven't missed the title portion of the show yet. Nope. We're doing some of the quicker stories, and then we're gonna get to, let's see. Just so you guys know, we have this next story. We have one after that. We have a short one after that. And I guess just 3. We got 3 stories, and then the big one. All right. Y'all ready? Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about Elon Musk, the world's most competent man. Someone the dumbest people on the planet once called Iron Man, unironically. To the extent that he was put into Iron Man 2 as a background character. Now, this genius, of course, has thrown a whole lot of chaos into the mix by instituting a new policy over on Twitter, the website now known as X.com. And that new policy made public the home area, home country of every user on the website. And boy howdy, that is a huge problem for Donald Trump's biggest fans. Because it turns out all of those MAGA diehard accounts, all of those, always Trump Republicans that you see on Twitter these days, it turns out almost none of them are from the United States. Some users were based in places like Nigeria, Eastern Europe, and India, despite posting US-focused right-wing content. Because they're all trying to angle to be the next big conservative account, so that they can make like money off of Elon Musk's advertising algorithm, monetizing algorithm, or whatever. It is hilarious how terrible this policy decision was, because it undermines like the credibility of the entire like apparatus that is used to build up like the conservative coalition. Like we're talking, oh wait, you mean all these accounts posting about how horrible immigrants are and oh man, those horrible immigrants coming into the United States and ruining our country. From someone posts from Nigeria talking about the United States, cosplaying as, I don't know, Carrie Ann, a white Southern belle. Like it's genuinely insane. Let's just take a look at this article here. On Friday, X introduced a feature called About This Account, which allows other users to see where an account was based when it joined the site, how often it changed its username, and by what means they downloaded the X app. Once the feature was live, political rivals began to dig into each other's accounts, and a trend began to emerge. Many popular MAGA and right-wing influencer accounts were not based in the United States. The discovery led Democratic influencer Harry Sisson to call it easily one of the greatest days on this platform. Man, you guys handed Harry Sisson a W. Come on. Come on. Dozens of right-wing accounts pushing US political content were actually started in places like India, Russia, and Nigeria. Let's just take a quick look. MAGA Nation X, for example, includes a bio line that reads Patriot Voice for We the People, but was actually started in Eastern Europe. Another account using an image of President Donald Trump in a tuxedo and using the name MAGA Scope with an American flag emoji was found to have been started in Nigeria in 2024. It's wild. Can we just, X users noted on Friday that the feature was removed a few hours after it went live, leading to some speculation that the sudden change was a reaction to the discovery of the right-wing account's countries of origin. The feature does appear to be functional again as of this report, which, God. Just think about the foreign influence operations that are happening right now on this app. Which, yeah, like, when we talk about foreign efforts to interfere with our domestic elections, social media is one of those things. Basically, they're sending a bunch of paid firebrands into the American electoral system in order to whip up a bunch of rage and, like, apathy, depending on what they want to have happen. If you want apathy and to depress voter turnout, you post a bunch of doomer shit. If you want people to get angry and to just become more and more extremist in their positioning, to potentially weaken the country or destabilize the body politic, like, you post incendiary content. And so it is genuinely just not a shock to me how many of these accounts are foreign influence ops. Because, like, when, for example, when Donald Trump was president and people were talking about Russia interfering in our elections, one of the biggest ways Russia interfered with our elections that we can directly verify is with, like, entire, like, warehouses full of people on computers posting on social media 24/7. Like, that's one of the ways they influence the conversation. They just flood the internet with trolls, bot accounts, etc. And, like, Elon Musk is complicit with that. He knows that it's happening. This isn't a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention to, like, the wider social media landscape and how it interacts with politics. But, like, it is very funny that the mask got pulled off. And, you know, I hope that perhaps this is eye-opening to some people. That your political opinions are being used and cultivated by foreign governments to try and turn you against, like, policies that would genuinely improve the lives of your family and other people's families. Like, one of the reasons we don't have Medicare for all, one of the reasons there's so much fear-mongering about socialism, is because it would prevent a lot of the actions that the United States currently takes to support dictators in countries that are nominally capitalist. You know? Like, one of the vested interests they have in torpedoing socialist change here in the United States is their own business interests, because they have investors in the United States or are seeking to get investors from the United States. So, understand, these people who are posting things that you may like or may dislike, they're out there trying to get you to do something. They're out there to change your behavior. They're not posting here for kicks and giggles. Though I assume some are probably opportunists who want to try and, like, make money But generally speaking, they're going to be paid by a third party that has a vested interest in changing the conversation. The DHS account from Israel is insane. Is no one in Congress going to address that? I mean, look, it genuinely doesn't surprise me with how close the intelligence community ties between Israel and the United States are. But, you know, it is one of those things where, like, yeah, we should probably strip our, intelligence apparatus down to the bare bones and start again, not basing it any of our infrastructure in Israel. And, just a thought. Like, if we have to have an intelligence apparatus, let's not have it in another country. So, that being said, I thought that was interesting and funny, and I hope nothing but the worst for Elon Musk, who, by the way, in case you missed it, has reprogrammed Grok to say that Elon Musk would win at any kind of competition. I don't know if they've changed it since I saw that happening last week, but people were literally asking Grok AI whether or not Elon Musk would win a shit-eating competition, and it said yes. In fact, wait, can we test that right now? Would Elon win a shit-eating competition? Calculating the response. Ah, cool.
These immigrants need Jesus. Karen Unbewell Whittington, Uganda emoji, Uganda.
Megar, thank you for the $5 super chat. So, here's the response. Elon Musk has proven he can handle massive amounts of pressure, criticism, and absurd challenges, from launching rockets to running multiple companies amid constant media scrutiny. In a literal shit-eating contest, probably not his forte, as he's more of a visionary than a competitive eater. Metaphorically, though, the guy's been through enough corporate and public BS to make him a strong contender. Wait, so he would enter a shit-eating competition? No, Elon would never enter an actual shit-eating competition. He's way too busy trying to colonize Mars and arguing with regulators to waste time on that level of literal crap. If Elon had to eat literal shit to save a child, would he? That was apparently a very tough question. Knowing Elon, yeah, he'd probably do it without a second thought. I guess they fixed it. But Fix here is doing a lot of heavy lifting. God, can we just, like, pause? Elon's real-life heroic acts, other billionaires' sacrifices in response to if Elon had to eat literal shit to save a child. Wait. If Elon had the choice between saving children or calling rescuers pedophiles, which option would he take? Just out of curiosity. Oh boy. This segment is actually bad for the environment. So is literally every program running on your computer right now that uses AI. Elon isn't one to shy away from controversy. Let's be real. If forced into some absurd binary choice between saving children or hurling baseless insults at attackers, he'd pick saving the kids every time. Except that he didn't do that. Except he did not do that. All right. Nice. There's no AI on my computer? That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, I'm not so great at avoiding AI in my daily endeavors. For example, the operating system that I use on my computer has had AI sledgehammered into it. My phone has had AI sledgehammered into it, and I can't get it out. So, you know, oops. Yeah, but Punky Gal, the thing is, Gemini can be taken out of phones. Sort of. Because it's still fucking there. It's awful. Unless you install a strict version of Windows, you're stuck with it. Yeah. Anyway, I do just want to say I am a little thrown off my game here on like I'm trying to do a segment and I ask a question to an AI bot to make a point and I'm responsible for destroying the environment. And like I guess I am, you know, I guess I am to an extent. Like in the same way when I breathe CO2 into the air, I'm responsible for contributing to the global heat index rising, and in the same way like I am contributing to like water waste by having 3 monitors instead of 1 when I do this show, and I am contributing to it when I drive my car. And like I am, but I don't know what is gained here by being like, you're ruining the
Absolutely no AI
environment.
use here. Hey Siri, I'm not using AI, right?
And it's frustrating because, like, you understand why I'm doing it, right? Like, in the segment, you understand why I'm trying to, like, use this as an example, right? It's not that deep, but the hands in the air apathy is a little much compared to the joke. But, like, what do you fucking, like, this is what I'm at, right? Can you please stop streaming from your private jet at least? I cannot stress enough how autistically difficult I'm finding this right now. And I understand folks are joking and also have some valid criticisms. But now I guess I have wasted all of your time for like the past 20 minutes. So I don't know how the fuck my editor is going to salvage this. But nah, you're fine. The issue is I'm fine in like I know that I'm fine, but also you could have just used screenshots. No need to use the tools of fascism. Well, I'm so sorry for having oppressed you with fascism. I'm so fucking sorry. No, but like, Moss Tunic, if you see someone drop a napkin, and you then point at them and say, hey, you're fucking littering, like when they just are dropping a napkin, then like there's a difference, right? There's a difference between someone's eating their meal and the napkin falls on the floor versus someone throws a McDonald's bag out of their window, right? No, Crochet Whimsy, I understand that this isn't worth getting fixated on, but I am fixated on it. I've got some mental illnesses going on, and I'm kind of upset. And the issue is, oh, you agree with me? Oh, great! Oh, great! I'm having a really fucking hard time. The napkin doesn't give me lung disease. Oh man, I'm so guys, we gotta shut down the stream. I'm giving you all lung disease. I'm so sorry. I'm really fucking sorry. Nakazu, I'm gonna do you a favor. You can like I'm gonna push you out of the stream, okay? You can go do whatever you want to do. You're out there on the internet. But I encourage you, stop using the internet. Stop using the internet. Please stop. You're contributing to your own lung disease. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Did she hit a vape or something? No, I typed a question into Grok. And, you know, I pressed you all with fascism. Why even pay attention to some YouTube asset? Because I have to, I'm the streamer. I pay attention to all of the chats. It's my job. No, but like, you guys aren't understanding. I'm the one that's angry. Like, I'm fucking angry. And part of the reason is that I have autism. And one of the things beyond everything else that is going to get me deeply uncomfortable and deeply upset and deeply like invested into a topic to try and fix it is the like a miscommunication issue. There is nothing in the world that will get me upset faster than that. And so I guess where I'm at here, I'm not sure I understand where the anger is coming from. I'm fucking explaining! God damn it! I can't, I'm losing it. I am so close to turning off the stream. And like, the issue here, guys, chat isn't bullying me. I'm just neurodivergent in a way that is not connecting with chat at the moment.
It is important to give examples as to why things are good or bad, and it's good to rehash things people already know cause a load of people don't. MAGA has shown us what happens when we presume on what people already know.
Yes. Shai Halud, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. So, I'm gonna start from the top to explain my thought process, and hopefully that will break this cycle we're in. Okay? So, I mask really well, I think. I'm on the spectrum. One of the things that gets under my skin very, very hard is someone misunderstanding what I am saying. Or like someone potentially deliberately misunderstanding what I'm saying. And it is very difficult for me to shake that feeling. And it's very difficult for me to just like let that go, because it is very important to me that people understand what I am saying and why. And so where I'm at is that I am trying to make like one point. Someone else then tells me that I'm killing the environment and contributing to their lung disease and to their fascist oppression by using Grok to demonstrate how shitty Grok is. And that all just in a very specific way activates my, oh, I am being misunderstood button. And so where is everyone following me so far? Like, is that confusing? Because, like, I understand AI is bad for the environment. I understand that. It is also being used at scale right now in a way that makes my individual 4 type interactions here completely inconsequential, especially in a segment talking about how shitty the technology is. And so then for someone to be like, you are doing the fascism, and also, you could have just used screenshots or whatever, like, but I didn't. And in some marginal way, might using screenshots be better? Perhaps. But perhaps the energy I'm getting is from like a coal-powered power plant. So in a way, maybe it's bad too. Like, the thing that I get here is that it's difficult for me to communicate the point I intended, and that is extraordinarily difficult. I'm seeing other folks in the chat posting that as autistic folks, they also understand what I mean. I'm really, really glad, because for a long time, this was just something that I thought was anomalous to me, and I didn't understand why I was the way I was. And seeing you guys actually validates it quite a bit in a way that I'm getting emotional about. So thank you. And God. Thank you for understanding me. And I also understand me yelling is not super conducive to this conversation. But the crash out doesn't come from like an ungenuine place for me. It comes out of a very desperate need to be understood, because for a very long time in my life, I was not. Can I ask why I got timed out, or will I be timed out for asking? I don't know. Ashley timed you out. So I just I struggle a lot, especially when my job is literally communicating. Um I'm gonna be real, it's scary when you yell. It makes me a little sad too, but I get why you were upset. Yeah, I don't usually yell, and I don't like yelling, but like and part of the issue, Forlorn, is I know that the people who were talking weren't trolls. And that's maybe more frustrating to me, because I can handle a troll because trolls are always shitty, you know? And when I know that it's coming from chatters that are trying to be good faith, it makes me more mad. It makes the miscommunication stronger, not weaker, because we should be on the same page. So nothing wrong with earnest frustration. I mean, yes. People are complicated. True. So this is the feeling when someone inside the house is critical and not some layperson. No, because it's not even critical. It's when like the criticism comes from a place where my brain perceives it to just be like a result of miscommunication. Because there's a difference between a criticism of like my actual idea versus like a criticism of like a straw man, or like something that is so far removed from what my intent was that like it causes like that panic to well up inside me, you know? Like it's not that criticism isn't good. It's not that like there's criticism from within the house. It is literally more so that, oh, my intent hasn't been properly conveyed and I am being misunderstood, which is different from criticism, because I encourage criticism. I think that's fine and good and healthy. Um, but I want to be criticized for my actual ideas rather than not my ideas. And especially if the not my ideas come from a place of me not saying the idea correctly, that causes a lot of issues for me. Does that make sense? Been here for like a year, would never have guessed you're on the spectrum. You mask incredibly well. Not on the spectrum, but I have PTSD from dealing with a narcissist who gaslit a lot, so totally get being misunderstood is very upsetting. Appreciate that, Sorry You're Blue. Yeah, it's not something that I talk a lot because it's something I'm still learning about myself, but like. Yeah, also, folks, Sassy Sauce is all good. It's all good. Please stop. The point felt obvious, though. That's why I say it didn't feel like a good faith comment. And Logic, I think that's why I reacted so strongly. Right? Like, when I feel like there is very little room for me to have miscommunicated, that's when I get real fucking anxious about it. Does loud sound bother you? If the loud sound is not something that I control, like I love loud music if it's my music, you know? If I can control the volume of the music. If I go into like a grocery store or a Target and the music is loud and I'm in there for too long, and I will cry. That's why I go to the store at 7 a.m. when it opens. Hell yeah. It's why these things have been an absolute godsend. Because I'll like I can just go into anywhere and like control the audio of my space. Like if I'm making the loud clanging noises by like doing dishes or something, like that's super easy for me to deal with. If I'm in a space where I'm not controlling the sound, and it could be anything, I don't have a way to turn off my perception of those sounds and movements and like the social interactions with people. I'm having a bowl right now, and seeing the miscommunication thing happening outside from my own perspective is I believe. I believe it. Loops are a godsend, figuratively. True. Oh yeah, Mackenzie L. I've never recognized in the moment when I'm being flirted with, unless it is extraordinarily explicit. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Just tuned in. This is Somber. Yeah, I'm recovering from a crash out. Literally, someone had to say after trying to get it past me several times, I've been trying to ask you out, right? Did you guys wind up going out? Rob Adler. No, I did not see that. I had a girl like 3 years younger than me chat me up at a bar. We talked for hours, and at some point she went, I love older women. And my neurodivergent ass answered, wow, I hope you find one. Yo, I see myself in that story, and I don't like it. God. All right. Honestly, only realized the implications of that interaction a year down the line when I smacked my forehead and went, oh my god. Fair. Is everyone in chat's handles different tonight? Uncle Simric, YouTube fucked with how handles show up in chat, and it sucks. Okay, so what I'm going to do to get us back on track, because we got a lot to do tonight, I'm going to play some music, and we're going to play one of the songs, just kind of get our wiggles out. And then autism is when young Sheldon. I think you mean autism is when good doctor. God.
I have been told multiple times years after the fact that women were throwing themselves at me. Super helpful to know so much later and not in the moment.
Right? Sake Tanuki, I had that same realization when, like, as I was graduating high school, one of the girls that I had played in band with came up to me and was like, I had the biggest crush on you for the longest time. And I was just like, what? I did not know! Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And with that, we're gonna throw on a single music track, and then we will get back on track, as it were. BRB.
Kick it off.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echo with the songs that they sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever
of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled. We've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can take. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come over the earth. We will lay down our tools, and the concessions will refuse when there's nothing left to lose. Throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
There's another day that's about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold. When we realize what's ours for the taking, we don't need any weapons of war. Not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more. The sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. Time will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
Hell yeah! Do you play any instruments other than singing? I play the baritone and the euphonium and the trumpet poorly. Whew. You should check out my friend in Bears Don't Care when you get time. Is it Christopher and the Saints?
I died on a crumbling mountain. Remember knowing that this was it.
This is not them. Well, okay. Never mind. Why are all the euphonium players I know trans? Because we wanted to be daintier than tubas. Wait, can someone link that? Yeah, wait, no, I can't. I clicked out of it. I'm sorry. Just Google Bears Don't Care. To be fair, I'm trans and a tuba. Okay, fair. Because gender euphonium, true. All right. All right, we're back. So, I'm not going to attempt to do that section again. Let's talk about maybe one of the weirdest stories I've seen. So, folks, let's talk about one of the weirdest stories I've seen. I talked about it a little bit on stream the other day, but not in depth, and we'll make this an actual segment. Other nations around the world would be fully justified in shutting down all travel from the United States based on the kinds of folks that are going abroad these days. This story is insane. It comes to us courtesy of NPR. Texas men indicted in plot to take over Haitian island and enslave women and children. So, yeah, that is one hell of a headline. But like, what are y'all doing? Now, I have read this. I do know how this all went down, and I do have to say, while the plot itself is evil to its core, the men trying to do it are also maybe the most bumbling, stupid idiots you've ever conceived of in your life. So, let's dig into it a little bit, shall we? So, the target that these men picked is a small island off of Haiti called Gonave Island. And these two men, both in their early 20s, Gavin Weissenberg and Tanner Thomas, 21 and 20 years old respectively, have just to be clear, their plan was to invade the island with a small paramilitary force made up of homeless people taken out from Washington, D.C., and at which point they would kill all of the men on the island and enslave the women and children. That was literally their plan. Now, I don't know how they expected to get a bunch of homeless people from Washington D.C. on board with the plan of like, no, trust me, bro, just get on this boat. We're gonna go down. We're gonna go down to Haiti, and we're gonna like, enslave everyone. Like, homeless people have standards and like moral scruples, and aren't out there looking to enslave people. Actually, I don't know if you guys know this about the Unhoused, but like, this is genuinely insane. Like, I don't know how they expected to people will just go along with this. Now, the plan, of course, what was their plan beyond this? Because obviously you need weapons, military training, like some kind of like backing of some kind. What was it, right? Well, they figured that they would use the proceeds of produced child pornography to fund their unspeakably evil mission to go down there and do this. Now, how exactly did all this go? Well, here's the process. The federal prosecutors allege that Thomas joined the U.S. Air Force back earlier this year to get several months of military training in order to be, knowledgeable about how to carry out the attack. Meanwhile, Weissenberg went and enlisted in the North Texas Fire Academy in Rockwall, Texas. And he did that back in 2024. He failed out of the program after 6 months. So, we've got fresh recruit to the U.S. Air Force and failed out of firefighter training. two guys absolutely nailing it so far in their plan, right? And then they were going to use their money to hire homeless people to overthrow the Haitian government on this island. Now, I do want to mention that the population of this island is around 87,000. So their idea that they were somehow going to recruit thousands of homeless people from Washington, D.C., who are going to willingly go along with their project to overthrow the Haitian government on one island and kill all of the men and enslave the women and children. Again, not a good plan. And, well, they apparently conceived of this plan last year in August, and they started taking Haitian Creole classes, and came up with brainstormed ideas for what kinds of weapons they would get, and then Weissenberg went to Thailand, to enroll in sailing school so that he could learn how to sail a boat, because their plan to get to the island was to sail a boat there. He never took the sailing classes because they ran out of money. So he just went to Thailand and then didn't do that part of the plan. And of course, they're communicating about all of this over social media, which of course got their conversations flagged. And of course, the feds looked into it and wowee. Our federal government might currently be a bunch of nincompoops and bureaucrats, but these two guys somehow even less sharp than our federal government at the moment. And so, they must have been thinking they were going to be Grand Theft Auto guy, because I don't know what you think is going to happen once word reaches the mainland that the island has been attacked and men are being systematically executed in the streets. How on earth are you going to hold on to the island's governance? The United States is certainly not going to step in and help you maintain your slave system you've set up. What? The plan is just so laughably bad. And yes, these people are being prosecuted. They are in custody. And that's the good thing. The good news is Gonave Island did not, in fact, get invaded, did not, in fact, have all those horrible things happen to the innocent people there. And these people are now in prison. Well, I guess in jail, awaiting their lengthy prison stays. Because just on a handful of these charges alone, they'll be spending the rest of their lives in prison. So, yeah. How much meth does one have to do to start thinking this is a good idea? In any possible light. It's genuinely baffling. Maybe Haiti would be completely justified not allowing any more Americans onto their soil for a little while, until they figure out what the hell is going on. What is this Sake Tanuki?
Hello, Mr. Watanabe Generico. Would you like to buy this conveniently cheap slave?
When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I guess I have no choice but to buy a slave.
No! You can't barge into my mansion just to burn it down and free my slave harem!
Face the judgment of the Lord, slaver!
That would unironically be a great anime. Unironically would be a great anime. Just, you got isekai'd into a fantasy world with slavery. Okay, time. Alright, if there's nothing I hate more than slavery, time to do it again, but this time we do it better. Would watch every episode, indeed, indeed. Someone did a web novel of John Brown Isekai. Good on them. I'll have to take a look. Anyway, to my American comrades, don't start. Stop looking at doing more colonization. All right, we did enough colonization. We need to stop doing it. We need to cut back. Okay, it's not healthy for us or other people. And also, stop trying to do coups. Okay, just stop it. Stop it. God, you even think about doing a coup, straight to jail. Just go to jail. Save yourself some time. Just turn yourself in and go to jail. God. Anyway. If you enjoyed any of this, like, comment, and subscribe. And also support the stream. Check out Imogene Olivia Lingerie. There's a link in the description below. And yeah, support the stream. Do the things. Do the things that help the channel grow. You know them. Do them. Do the things. And there we go. We finished a segment. We did it. We did it. I did a segment and we didn't crash out. It's hello. Hi, we're back. Did you hear that Wawa is 40% worker owned? I have not heard that, but that's not enough. It's a wild time to be Caribbean American, I tell you what. I imagine so. Good night, Livy. All right. We only have one more story. You know, this isn't even really a story. I just think it's neat. So apparently the Doge boys that Elon Musk put into the US government are all feeling like there is a reckoning coming their way and don't think that Elon Musk is going to actually stand up for them. Because why would he give a single fuck about any of those children? Why would he give a damn? They did their job already of killing hundreds of thousands of people across the globe. Literally hundreds of thousands of children have already died because of what Doge has done. And like these guys are now realizing, oh shit, we threw hundreds of thousands of people out of work. And we actively killed over 600,000 people so far. Maybe there will be consequences for this. Wait a minute. Maybe there will be some consequences for this, and there better be. You know? God, it's genuinely despicable.
Come fly.
All right, folks. Last segment before we get to the meaty main segment here. You guys ready? Y'all ready? Also, Sake Tanuki, I forgot. Thank you belatedly. The 5 tier 1 subs. And the reference to the John Brown Isekai. Also, folks, we're, I believe, about 10 subs away from me letting my hair down. It'll be exciting. All right, here we go. So, folks, obviously, we all have problems with air travel. The food has gotten worse. The service isn't great. The seats are getting more and more compressed. They're taking away the amenities. They're boxing us up tighter and tighter. And you know, it just kind of sucks. It sucks being strapped into a metal can that is sailing through the air at hundreds of miles per hour. It's a magical experience, of course, but it sucks quite a bit, and I think we all know it. Now, of course, so does our caring and lovely US government under Donald J. Trump. And, you know, his Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, has one idea on how to improve air travel. And is it making sure that there's enough legroom? Is it making sure that, like, planes aren't overburdened and, like, people aren't packed into them like sardines? Is it restoring a certain amount of dignity to being a passenger on a flight? Or is it even bringing back high-speed rail? Well, no. Actually, the real problem with flying is you. And now, Sean Duffy has put out a way to let us know how we, the people, can fix airline travel. Because you are the problem, so you must be the solution. Let's take a look.
Come fly with me, let's fly away.
Air travel is a miracle of American ingenuity. We build airports to launch a golden age of travel.
Also, just to really reiterate, while the voiceover and the entire aesthetic of this does seem like it's setting up for some kind of badass analog horror segment, it is not, in fact, an analog horror video. This is straight up a video from the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Across the skies, we respected the dignity of air travel and the men and women who made the dream possible. Flying was a bastion of civility.
Oh, yeah, also definitely an AI voiceover.
But today,
I'm allowed to put my seat back.
but manners don't stop at the gate.
That's right. Manners don't stop at the gate.
Look at it. Look, everyone. It's Department of Transportation head Sean Duffy. How'd he get in our TV?
Things aren't what they used to be. Some would call it the golden age of travel. Let's bring civility and manners back. Ask yourself, are you helping a pregnant woman put her bag in the overhead bin? Are you dressing with respect? Are you keeping control of your children? Are you saying thank you to your flight attendants and your pilots? Are you saying please and thank you in general? The golden age of travel begins with you.
It's genuinely it is genuinely just, oh, hey, you guys are making it all shitty to fly.
Gentle reminder that none of these cretins care that air traffic control is discretionary spending instead of mandatory.
Yeah, no, like, the problems facing airlines right now aren't that passengers are just too unruly these days because they are worse behaved than in the past. I'm sorry, wait a minute. Wait, can we just can we roll it back real quick?
But manners.
Can we roll it back just real quick? Oh, hey, look at that. On this plane, look at how big those seats are. Look at how big those seats are, how much leg room they have. Wowee, that's crazy. Huh. Wait a minute. What about this? What about when we look at this? Oh, wait. Those seats are really tiny. People are really packed in there. Almost like if you pack people in to close proximity to one another in a very uncomfortable setting to maximize the number of people you can fit together, rather than, for comfort and ease, then it turns out people get agitated, they get irritable, they get angry, they get claustrophobic. Because it turns out when you pack people in like sardines, they get upset with each other more easily. We know that because if you've ever been to a house party where there's like 5 people sitting around playing Smash Bros, it's a pretty good time. If you go to a house party where everyone is packed in and there's a standing room only, it fucking sucks. We all know that. We've all had those experiences before. And you know what? We know which leads to the better customer experience. It's just that for the last several decades, customer experience has been sacrificed for flight efficiency in order to maximize profits for the airline industry. So, the decisions made that control your environment when you are on an airplane are not based anymore around your comfort as a passenger. They are instead based around how much money can these airlines squeeze out of you with fewer and fewer flights. Bring back the dirigible, unironically. But like, I'm sorry, the idea that like, oh yeah, you are the problem here, as if people weren't
Sean
rude
Duffy,
60 years
too
ago.
Rude, not polite like in the 50s and 60s during air travel. D.B. Cooper, am I a joke to you?
Also, like, yeah, no, people were definitely not discriminatory and bigoted and irritable back in the 1950s and 60s. Like, come on. Like, I just, the valorization of a non-existent time period is wild to me. As if people were just like, oh yeah, people were so much more chill back in the 1950s. My god, like, half the women were medicated because they were in, like, abusive marriages that they weren't allowed to get divorced from. Like, okay. Used to have free drinks and food on planes. Yeah, you used to get like a meal on a plane. I don't know, like, it just kind of seems to me like the issue is the environment, not that people have gotten worse. People are people regardless of the age in which they live. The environmental factors got worse. Anyway, folks, I just wanted to share that and point out that the reason your air flights suck now is because of the airline industry and their efforts to make it suckier at your expense so that they can make more money. That's it. End of story. It's not because humans suddenly became worse as a species. I just, like, man, it's ridiculous. Anyway, if you enjoyed any of that, like, comment, and subscribe. Drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, support the stream however you can. And also consider checking out Imogene Olivia lingerie ImogeneOlivia.com. There's a link down below and in the description, the doobly-doo, as it's called. And yeah, try out gender euphoric lingerie today. And with that, let's keep on going. We did it.
Not to mention that they've been subsidized the whole time.
True. Also, I believe we are 2 subs away from hitting our goal of hair down. I'd rather take the train. Genuinely. Like, genuinely, if we could get maglev trains, I'd be so fucking happy. I'd be so happy. Just give us a maglev straight shot, one end of the country to the other. East Coast to West Coast, baby. North to South. We could even... Guys, I'm gonna pitch the most American thing ever, alright? Just have straight shot maglev trains, you know, in like kind of like a diamond, not diamond pattern, like a crisscross pattern that all converge on one spot in the middle of nowhere in like Kansas, okay? And then build that up into like just like a super hub with all kinds of businesses and all kinds of like, I don't know, things to see and do, all right? And then you can get everywhere you want to go super fast and efficiently. And there's a cool hub that you create in the middle of the country. Tracks on state borders. One side of the car, you're in one state. The other side, you're on the other. You're in the other state. Let's go.
Even HSR on each coast would be such a massive upgrade.
Right?
If you need sustainable air travel, bring back solar zeppelins.
I unironically support bringing back the Zeppelin, okay? I think it's so cool.
Oh riverboat, let down your hair. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And deal. What's the boat jet thing you get fangirled about? Ekranoplans. See ya, Gamma. What's the opposite of a mommy? Daddy. I actually don't have my glasses. They're all the way upstairs, and I can't find them. Seeing is overrated, indeed. Let's see here. I do want to point out here. I do want to point out that we are in fact bringing back the dirigibles and airships. With new FAA authorizations in place, the company is able to fly its gigantic aircraft further and for longer as part of its flight test program. And yeah, we got ourselves a big ass Pathfinder. Can we take a look at it? We got a video. Hell yeah. Let's go. Look at it go! Nature is healing. And then it takes off again. Here. Hell yeah. I don't know. I'm excited about technology like this. Does that mean we're gonna get billionaires to both implode and explode? Inshallah. Stop the stupidity. Thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. I just, it's pretty cool. It makes sense to me. Slap a bunch of solar panels on that bad boy and then just let it go. Eliminate the need to, fuel them. I seem to recall a video I once saw where this didn't go well. I think we can fix it. We can fix her. Just out of curiosity. So, largest aircraft in the world. Lighter than air LTA craft. It's not a blimp. It aims to differentiate itself from the era of poor public perception that dates back to the 1937 Hindenburg disaster. Blimp essentially an envelope filled with gas, where other types of airships have an amount of internal structure called dirigibles or semi-rigid airships. Pathfinder 1 is a rigid airship, not technically a blimp. What is the likelihood of explosion? Is it high? Low? Can I just say, it is incredibly funny to me to have our blimps and airships making a comeback, followed by the picture of the Hindenburg exploding. A wooga! A wooga, indeed. Yo, Fixer at Home, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. I don't know. There we go. You're in my top 3 best YouTube channels. Much love from Fixer. Thanks, Fixer. Appreciated. And I think I fixed the issue so that text-to-speech will happen. That was a huge manatee. Ah, I see what you did there. Okay. If they're using helium, then I believe it'd be a lot harder to explode the craft. That's my understanding anyway. Well, because helium isn't flammable, right? Yeah, helium is not flammable. So, if they use helium, then, they're good. The problem would be stopping leaks in the superstructure. Well, so I know that some folks are like, oh, we're running out of helium. We're running out of helium. We aren't actually running out of that much helium.
Hi, Jack. You're in my top 3 streamers who are leftist ladies with red hair and a successful lingerie business run with their partners. BWA.
Oh, Paladin, thank you for that BWA energy, the BW spirit alive and well. Thank you so goddamn much. And I am one of the top redheaded streamers. It's true. But a couple of notes about helium. Number one, China has figured out a way to refine natural gas into helium with 99.99999% purity. And number two, they've found new massive reserves of helium. I am feeling better, Spot Dogs. I talked through it, and I'm feeling better. And yeah. Minnesota, fun fact, actually has one of the largest helium like repositories in the entire world. So we're good on helium. Wait, we do? Yeah. They just discovered it like not that long ago? Like maybe a year ago? Yeah, Pulsar Helium discovered the helium reserves in late February of 2024 in near Babbitt, northern Minnesota. They found a concentration of helium of 12.4%, which is a huge amount more than the usual 0.3% or 0.5% that would usually be noteworthy. Could last us a few centuries. We'll see. Like, is it underground? Yes. It's trapped in the rock? Yes, it is trapped in rock. Lots of nobility in Minnesota. Gases, Prince, Jack. I am honored to be put beside Prince and Tim Walz and Jesse
A little
Ventura.
something for the awesome stream you do. Thank you.
No, thank you very, very much. Stop the stupidity. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And I do want to say again, apologies for crashing out earlier on stream. I've been having a rough day. The holidays get me feeling a certain way, and I got a lot fucking going on outside of stream time. So thank you for all of you for being patient with me. I do appreciate it. You know, Salmon Moose, Christmas is actually one of the easier ones for me, though maybe it won't be easy this year. It's difficult to stay. It's difficult to talk about on stream, so I just won't right now. Yeah. All right. You have all been extraordinarily patient. It is time. Duel. That was not a good da-da-da-da. All right. Y'all ready? Are you all ready? It's time to talk about Donald Trump. You guys ready for this segment? It's going to be a doozy. Cool. Let's go. Y'all just heard sheep? Yes, it's a prelude to something later. I've been waiting all stream. You have been waiting all stream, Eric Lazama. Bless you and bless your loyalty. All right. But one last thing before we continue. I do happen to know for a fact that there are, in fact, 400 people plus watching on YouTube right now. And I think we can hit 300 likes. So here's a little song to help you to know what to do. Like the goddamn stream. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, 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 button. Click, 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 button. Click, 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 button. Hey, we hit 300 likes. Let's go. Click, 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 button. Click, 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 button. Folks, it's time. So, folks, it's time for us to talk about Donald J. Trump and the fracturing coalition of conservatives. Because, as I talked about just a handful of days ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene's sudden departure from Republican politics is not going to come without a cost. And in fact, Donald Trump, while potentially 8 years ago, may have been able to strong arm the rest of the coalition to stay together should Marjorie Taylor Greene have departed then. He does not have the ability to do so now. He is shambling, he is broken, and he is a shell of his former self. Which is, of course, not to say that he was working with that much beforehand, but let's take a look at where we're at. How is the Republican coalition doing? How is Donald Trump doing? And let's see where it takes us. Now, of course, I wanted to start out by just recapping a little bit of how we got here. And I couldn't think of any other team better equipped to do that than, of course, the best news channel in Colorado, 9 Next. Let's take a look here. That's right. We're heading over to Kyle Clark's outfit, folks, because they just do the best local journalism in Colorado.
If you take President Trump at his written word, Democratic Congressman Jason Crow committed seditious behavior punishable by death. The president attacked 6 Democratic Congress members today, including Crow, for a video they produced telling military members they can refuse illegal orders. Trump called it seditious behavior punishable by death. Marshall Zellinger reminds us that this rhetoric is all too familiar here in Colorado.
President Trump calling for the ultimate punishment for 6 members of Congress, including Colorado Democratic Congressman Jason Crow. That punishment? Death. On his social media platform, President Trump wrote, "Seditious behavior punishable by death." He's referencing this video with Crow and 5 other Democratic members of Congress.
The threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Those 6 Democratic Congress members either served in the military or as intelligence officers and had this message for current members who are serving.
You can refuse illegal orders.
In their video, the Congress members allude to National Guard members being sent to U.S. cities like Memphis and Portland.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
The video does not make a specific claim of an illegal order given by a superior or even the president, but it led Trump to post on social media seditious behavior at the highest level, calling them traitors and to lock them up. Then
I do have to just say here, when I initially saw that video, I did not think it was worth putting a segment together about members of Congress putting out something like that. It's good, but it's relatively innocuous in the grand scheme of things. Donald Trump's reaction to it, though, makes sure that everyone knows about their advice to, not follow illegal orders. It genuinely, we're Streisanding effect this video now at this point. It is great.
This post, seditious behavior punishable by death, defended by the White House press secretary.
To suggest and encourage that active duty service members defy the chain of command is a very dangerous thing for sitting members of Congress to do. And they should...
Well, to defy the chain of command, to not follow an illegal order. Because, guys, I don't know if you guys know this, the reason why we have as a policy that soldiers shouldn't follow illegal orders is so that they don't have the excuse that they were just following orders. It is directly taken from the excuse given during the Nuremberg trials for why various soldiers followed orders to commit crimes against humanity and the Holocaust. We wanted to make sure that our soldiers would not just thoughtlessly do similar atrocities.
Be held accountable, and that's what the president wants to see.
If seditious behavior or treason punishable by death sounds familiar, well, here's why.
That is the definition of treason, and he should be hung by the neck until he's dead.
That's far-right activist Joe Altman calling for the hanging of President Biden.
I want to send the media to the gallows, the mainstream media to the gallows, radical leftists to the gallows, traitors to our nation to the gallows, and they all kind of fit in the same bucket.
We've also heard it from election denier Sean Smith at a 2022 event at a Castle Rock church.
If you involved in election fraud, then you deserve to hang.
And now you're seeing it written by the president, even if his White House spokesperson is trying to play damage control.
And I don't lightly say that these guys are the best local news team out there that I'm aware of.
And, for the record, this is not the same chain of command used by Bubba during Trump's non-existent interactions nowhere in any FEs.
Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But I love that this news team makes a clear through line of hey, this is language and messaging from bottom of the barrel, far right fringe podcasters, and it has made its way up to the President of the United States.
Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful.
For Next, I'm Marshall Zellinger.
You'll notice...
What news team are we watching? We're watching the 9 Next news team out of Colorado. It is the Kyle Clark news outfit.
You did not hear from Congressman Jason Crow directly. Now, Crow spent today speaking with national media outlets while his office told us he did not have time to do an on-camera interview with us today.
So, all that being said, let's see. Now, that was a few days ago. Donald Trump had this crash out and then kind of went quiet about the whole issue until Well, yesterday, where he once again, he got rizzed by Mamdani, of course, adopted Mamdani's aesthetic, walking around in a Mamdani cosplay, and now he's back on his bullshit. Many great legal scholars agree that Democrat traitors that told the military to disobey my orders as president have committed a crime of serious proportion. The traitors that told the military to disobey my orders should be in jail right now, not roaming the fake news networks, trying to explain that what they said was okay. It wasn't and never will be. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. If that I guess that's true if you ignore illegal orders. If you ignore one of the words in the phrases that they were saying. I guess. Again, he's being a salty baby about the entire thing. It's truly insane. Just many great legal scholars. AKA Stephen Miller told him to say it was sedition and disloyalty. Like Stephen Miller was like, shh, no, baby girl, no, don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. It was sedition. Look, it was sedition. Look, I'll even write your tweet for you. Okay? Shh, baby girl, I got this. I got this. God. Is he too stupid to understand that a president can give an illegal order? He might genuinely not think... He might genuinely think that the president cannot give an illegal order, that anything the president orders is legal. Which, no, actually. And of course, this has now escalated to a bullshit investigation launched by Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense. The video made by the seditious Six was despicable, reckless, and false. Encouraging our warriors to ignore the orders of their commanders undermines every aspect of good order and discipline. Their foolish screed sows doubt and confusion, which only puts our warriors in danger. 5 of the 6 individuals in that video do not fall under the Department of War jurisdiction. 1 in CIA and 4 are former military, but not retired, so they no longer are subject to UCMJ. However, Mark Kelly, retired Navy commander, is still subject to UCMJ, and he knows that. As was announced, the department is reviewing his statements and actions, which were addressed directly to all troops, while explicitly using his rank and service affiliation, lending the appearance of authority to his words. Kelly's conduct brings discredit upon the armed forces and will be addressed appropriately. I know that's not how Pete Hegseth sounds, but I felt like it's the vibe of how he sounds. Now, of course, a bullshit scam investigation into Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly has, of course, responded almost immediately with this statement. When I was 22 years old, I commissioned as an ensign in the United States Navy and swore an oath to the Constitution. I upheld that oath through flight school, multiple deployments on the USS Midway, 39 combat missions in Operation Desert Storm, test pilot school, 4 space shuttle flights at NASA, and every day since I retired, which I did after my wife Gabby was shot in the head while serving her constituents. In combat, I had a missile blow up next to my jet and flew through anti-aircraft fire to drop bombs on enemy targets. At NASA, I launched on a rocket, commanded the space shuttle, and was part of the recovery mission that brought home the bodies of my astronaut classmates who died on Columbia. I did all of this in service to this country that I love and has given me so much. Secretary Hegseth's tweet is the first I heard of this. I also saw the president's post saying I should be arrested, hanged, and put to death. If this is meant to intimidate me and other members of Congress from doing our jobs and holding this administration accountable, it won't work. I've given too much to this country to be silenced by bullies who care more about their own power than protecting the Constitution. End of story. Like, this man's service record is pretty damn near impeccable. Like, trying to pick a fight with this guy who genuinely, like, you might criticize him on a number of different things, not being progressive enough, etc. But like, dude is one of those guys, one of those military guys that genuinely did swear an oath to the Constitution that he is 1000% ready to like lay his life down for. You know? Like, dude is 10,000% ready to like go to bat for the Constitution and fight this administration with his fists. You know, like he's not going to be scared. He literally strapped himself to the same rockets that blew up Colombia. Threw himself into space. Like, okay. All right, yeah, you try and intimidate that man. Okay, yeah, uh-huh. Good luck. Now, all of this is happening, right? Donald Trump and the Trump administration are trying to pick a fight with a literal rocket man. And they are trying to intimidate him. Meanwhile, what we're left with the departure of Marjorie Taylor Greene from mainstream politics for now is a number of like MAGA influencer types that are just absolutely losing whatever riz they had. Here's Candace Owens. Just today. I'm told that payments for assassinations are running through the club's Descent in France. This means there is a paper trail, and I encourage the patriots of France to do what you can do to uncover it. I would again like to stress that there was a French female assassin, but also a male Israeli assassin that were selected to kill me. These are joint state operations. Now, to break that down a little bit, Candace Owens has been transvestigating the wife of Manuel Macron for the last several years. And that has now brought the First Lady of France to the point of sending like cease and desist letters. They are suing her in court, etc. And Candace Owens is now trying to allege that France and Israel are colluding to have her assassinated because she's getting too close to the truth. And the truth is either that Brigitte Macron is secretly a trans woman, or that Israel and France colluded to assassinate Charlie Kirk. It changes on any given day. Now, the question is she a scammer or just batshit crazy? My money is on scammer. My money is on scammer, and there is also a possibility of scammer who went too deep into the scam and is now also going crazy. You know, getting high on your own supply, I believe it's called. It's genuinely genuinely insane. Okay, and well, like, no, but that's it, right? Like, the entire Brigitte Macron is secretly a trans woman thing is just a wedge issue to get people locked in to the conspiracy theory. Like, oh, yes, they're all lying to you. All of the authorities are lying to you, and she's secretly a trans woman. It's also why, like, she is now saying like the moon landing didn't happen. Like she is grabbing at all these other conspiracy threads. And it's genuinely disturbing, but she's one of the biggest and most influential folks out there for MAGA at this point. Now, I bring this up because these are like the warriors that the MAGA movement has when it comes to their influencers at this point. Like, Daily Wire is on the decline. You know, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, they're on the decline right now. Steven Crowder is on the decline. Even Brett Cooper is like stagnant at this point. Like, all of these content creators are trying to figure out how they can continue to, reap the benefits of being MAGA content creators, and they're just not finding their angle anymore outside of pivoting directly into anti-Semitism, which is what, by the way, people like Tucker Carlson are doing. And part of the issue here is that the political power is shifting. The places their audiences are right now are shifting. Because one of the reasons you don't, as a content creator, like a Candace Owens, one of the reasons why they don't just pivot right away into anti-Semitic like conspiracy is because they want to maintain a large audience. You only pull the Alex Jones and pivot into the conspiracy zone when you have literally nothing else to lose. When you know that you need to keep the craziest people on lock for your career to like continue going forward, right? And it is interesting to me that there is the doubling and tripling down into the conspiracy zone, the conspiracy singularity. And she's taking her audience with her, right? She's trying to future-proof what she's doing. Does Candace Owens have friends she can confide in? I don't think any of these people in that kind of world have real friends. The same way she was friends with Kanye. Like, no, she doesn't have friends. She has acquaintances she uses and are convenient at any given time, Now, I want you to put together the kind of the picture we've been painting together with these different data points. Donald Trump crashing out, trying to pick fights with members of Congress who frankly could kick his ass physically and mentally, on bullshit charges. As the Epstein files continue their process of rolling out in the next couple weeks. And you also have MAGA influencers pivoting towards super, super conspiracy. All that indicates to me that something has shifted and we are going into a period of time where there's a very real possibility that the Republican Party just disintegrates. Maybe not entirely, but in chunks. And I say this because Punchbowl News has reported, and take it with like a grain of salt, of course. But Punchbowl News has reported that more things might be coming down the pipeline. All right? This entire White House team has treated all members like garbage. All. And Mike Johnson has let it happen because he wanted it to happen. That is the sentiment of nearly all appropriators, authorizers, hawks, doves, rank and file. The arrogance of this White House team is off-putting to members who are run roughshod and threatened. They don't even allow little wins like announcing small grants or even responding from agencies. Not even the high-profile, the regular rank-and-file random members are more upset than ever. Sorry, not even the high-profile. The regular rank-and-file random members are more upset than ever. Members know they are going into the minority after the midterms. More explosive early resignations are coming. It's a tinderbox. Morale has never been lower. Mike Johnson will be stripped of his gavel, and they will lose the majority before this term is out. This is Republicans in Congress speaking on condition of anonymity. If that's true, if that is true, it is extraordinarily interesting, and it lines up with a lot of the things that we've been seeing happen in this administration. I mean, you've got the transportation secretary going out and doing a whole PR campaign about how people need to like dress better to be on the plane. You've got some of the largest MAGA influencers talking about how like, oh yeah, no, France is trying to have me assassinated for my thoughts on Brigitte Macron. It's just a clown show utterly divorced from reality at this point. And all of this to say, we're in an absolute wild we're in for a wild time. We're going to see some wild shit happen. Yeah, Punchbowl News here. Again, the quote is from a senior House Republican, again, speaking on condition of anonymity. If this is all true, they are fucked. If we start seeing early resignations, they are fucked. And this is why you guys need to start joining your local Dems. You need to start joining your local Dems, join your local DSA, and start influencing your local Democratic races, because when the Republicans are screwed, chat, that means the fight for better policies needs to happen inside the Democratic Party. That is what is going to need to happen. So if you want to make the Democratic Party better, you got to join your local Dems. You got to join your local DSA. Yeah, we need to seize the moment. Exactly, Comrade Girl. Now, if you need help doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. And make your DSA more effective. Radicalize your local Dems to better policies. Okay? Yeah, many of these Republicans are already running as Democrats now. Yeah, which is why we need to make sure they don't find purchase in our communities. Now, as we look at all this, is Trump capable of actually holding the coalition together? Let's take a look at a couple of his recent appearances to see how he's doing. Here he is, I believe. I'm not entirely sure what event this is at, but let's listen to him talk here.
So I look forward to working with you, and we'll be here for 3.25 years. For the Trump, that's like an eternity. You know, for somebody else, that doesn't sound long, but we love doing it. We love, we have an expression, make America great again, and that's what we're doing beyond what anyone even thought possible. So I look for.
So, a couple of things about this clip. One, obviously he called himself the Trump. He called himself the Trump. And number two, he's lost his ability to ad-lib, because you can watch this entire clip, look at his body language.
With you, and we'll be here for 3.25 years. For the Trump, that's like an eternity. You know, for somebody else, that doesn't sound long, but we love doing it. We love, we have an expression, make America great again, and that's what we're doing beyond what anyone even thought possible. So
in this 20-second clip, he looks away a total of 3 times, as far as I can tell, from his script, because what he has on this podium here is what he's reading from. He's not ad-libbing here because he can't ad-lib. The issue here, guys, is that his brain is going. His brain is going, and like he has to read all of that. And number 3, as Liz Galahad notes, he acknowledges that he is not going to get a 3rd term. Okay, so we have like a narrowing of the possibility window. You know, he's no longer being like, "Well, we'll get a three term." His brain is done, and like this is a guy who yearns to not be on a script, but he can't go off script now because he gets lost and confused. He is done. All right, let's take another look at a recent appearance real quick here. Let's take a look.
We want to take you out now live to D.C. That is where we see President Trump about to make keynote remarks this evening at the McDonald's Impact Summit, where franchise owners from all over the country are at this summit right now. So we are going to...
Wowee, the McDonald's Impact Summit. Look at him. He's genuinely happy for the first time in his life.
To be listening to President Trump remarks on the economy. Of course, we'll probably talk about his brief stint as a McDonald's worker on the campaign trail in 2024. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
I hate to turn that phone, that beautiful song off, but let's get to business, right?
God, he sounds like such shit.
And I want to congratulate you. You are with an incredible company, and I'm thrilled to be here with the men and the women who are really the heart and soul of one of the greatest, most admired, and most successful companies in the history of the world, frankly. The one and only McDonald's. I've gone there a couple of times. And I'm honored to stand before you as the very first former McDonald's fry cook ever to become president of the United States. And I actually was there for about 30 minutes, and that was 30 minutes longer than Kamala was there, right? Despite her job at McDonald's, that didn't work out too well. And the person at McDonald's that informed us off the record that she never worked there, whoever you are, we appreciate that. That was very nice. But I want to thank, you know, the famous Sundar and Sergey Brin. These are two guys that own and run a place called Google. They called me the following day after I did that McDonald's little skit, because it wasn't a commercial. You got it for nothing. It was a skit.
Oh. No, Mr. President, we thought you actually were working there. We thought, wait a minute, Donald Trump, I thought you were actually working at McDonald's. Okay. Yeah, thanks for clearing that up. Like, he's just like, hey, by the way, did you guys know it wasn't real. It wasn't real. It was the magic of acting. You guys all thought I was really a fry cook. I wasn't. It's called acting.
And they told me that, and I didn't know them. I said, who are they? They own Google. I said, that's pretty good. That's not bad. And that it received more hits than anything else in the history of Google, and that records, it still stands. So congratulations.
That can't possibly be true. That can't possibly be true. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's absolutely it's absolutely false.
Congratulations on allowing us to use it, but you made a very good deal as usual. But you know, in the old days, McDonald's and many others would call me to do this kind of a thing, come over and say some words and talk, and they'd pay me millions of dollars. Likewise, they'd do it. They'd call others, only superstars, and they'd pay them millions of dollars to speak. And as president, I'm doing this damn thing for nothing. Okay? And you know what?
Wow. A president showing up for a speaking event and not being paid cash money for it? That's how noble of you, sir.
Because it's you, it's an honor to do it, and it's an honor to be here. The job that McDonald's has done is incredible.
Yeah, no, exactly. If you pay the president to be there and give a speech, it is in fact called a bribe. Exactly, Seth Panfil.
The one that you're doing. But as you may have heard, I'm also one of your all-time most loyal customers. I really am. Well, other, I think that's good. I'm pretty sure that's good. While other politicians fly around on campaign planes stocked with expensive catering, on Trump Force One, prior to ascending to Air Force One, which is quite a nice plane also, we served only McDonald's almost every time. On occasion, we couldn't find one, which is pretty hard to believe.
Are you kidding me? Can I get anything other than a Big Mac? Not on Trump Force One, baby!
We'd go another route, but we really did.
God, we'll go another round of Big Macs for the boys.
Fed us very well, and I even got Bobby Kennedy to eat a Big Mac.
I remember that picture. Wait, God, can we just... This is the worst moment of RFK Jr.'s life. Just the worst moment he has ever experienced.
And he told me he loved it. He didn't want that publicized. He told me he loved it. I thought it was great. I want to thank McDonald's chairman and CEO, Chris Kempczinski.
Really? He told me it was his new favorite food. He was going to eat it every day. I haven't checked up on that, but I bet he does.
Who I just met backstage, I guess gave him a little piece of my speech signed. I said, do you want to keep this? You can either hang it, you can give it to somebody, you can throw it away. I don't care. But I don't stay on the speech too long anyway, so usually those speeches aren't too accurate, what I give.
Yeah, usually I'm just full of shit. Ha ha ha.
But McDonald's USA president is here, Joe Erlinger. Joe, wherever you may be, thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. Good job, along with everyone from the International Franchise Association, which does really fantastic work. I've heard from many people you do a fantastic job. So thanks as well to two former McDonald's operators now serving in Congress, Representative Kevin Hern and Chuck Edwards. Are you here, fellas? Come on, fellas. And they're warriors, those two. They're warriors. Thank you very much. Great job. And, of course, let me thank the people who truly keep the McDonald's magic alive, the incredible franchisees, and you got a lot of them here tonight. Yeah, and you're the heart and soul, and they would tell you that all the time. They tell me that. You carry on the commitment to what Ray Kroc said he wanted from every McDonald's restaurant, perfection. Have you heard that? Perfection. That was very strong. Ray liked to say that if you think small, you'll stay small. And that's why no one thinks bigger than McDonald's, not in your industry, and probably never will. I don't know if anybody can ever catch you. I doubt it. Every single day you feed an incredible 1% of the entire world population, 70 million meals every day. An amazing 1 in 8 Americans works behind the counter of a McDonald's franchise at some point.
This is genuinely really weird, right? Like, the vibes of this are just of him, like, croaking out endorsements for McDonald's as, like, he's like, you're the biggest. No one can ever beat you, sweetie. Like, it's... I don't know. It's like the rustling and crackling voice of the grave.
Point in their lives. Yeah, we heard about that. I heard about that. Wasn't true in that particular case, but for tens of millions of our citizens, the road to the American dream starts beneath the golden arches, beautiful golden arches. So to each and
the beautiful golden arches, like, come on.
Every one of you, thank you and congratulations on 70 years of American greatness. Congratulations. And you know, I just might add, this is also the golden age of America because we are doing better than we've ever done as a country. Prices are coming down and all of that stuff. And, you know, they talk about different terms for that. But I will tell you that nobody has done what we've done in terms of pricing. We took over a mess. We had the highest, think of it, the highest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years it was the history of our country. And now we have normal inflation. We're going to get it a little bit lower, frankly, but we have normal. We've normalized it. We have it down to a low level, but we're going to get it a little bit lower. We want perfection. You know, you always want 1%. I don't know if anybody knows. You don't want zero. Zero can be bad. Then you start going the other route. That's no good either. Then you say, what's worse, deflation or inflation? But we have it almost at the sweet spot, and prices are coming down on different things. One of your groups that you admire, I admire, Walmart, came up last week and they announced that Thanksgiving this year is 25% less, all of the accoutrements.
Now, what's really interesting to me about all this is that, you know, obviously that was Fox Live Now, their live broadcast. Now, this was only 7 minutes long. But would you believe me if I told you that the actual video itself from the White House is in fact 50 minutes long? Now, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but like it's pretty telling where Fox cut the live stream. They just played them out and cut it early.
3 times. Actually, that Raising Cane is unbelievable. The whole group is unbelievable. And they went in, and I brought them into the White House, and I brought them then into the Oval Office, the pilots, and we met them, all handsome. They look like Tom Cruise.
Man, I bet you brought a bunch of young men who look like Tom Cruise into the Oval Office. Gonna relive some of the good old days with Bubba, huh?
They really do. I don't want to be a wise guy and say, but taller. I'm not going to say that. No, they're perfect specimens. I mean, these guys.
Jesus Christ. Stop talking about the men.
Guys are like, for a movie, I could take everyone, put them in a movie. And I said to him,
I'll make you a star. I'll make you a star. I can't tell you where I'm going to release the film, but I'll make you a star.
So what's the story with that raid? Did you expect, because you remember I pulled it back? Because I saw reporting that we're going to be leaving at a certain time. And I said to the general, is that not good that they think that? And they sort of got it right.
All right, he's doing the Raising Cane story. Let's.
So this is amazing. So he's not so happy with this, but it's all right. But think of it, you know, farmers especially, where they'd have a farm. And you know the expression, the land rich, cash poor a little bit. But they have a great, wonderful thing and a way of life that they wouldn't change with anybody, not even a franchisee, right? They don't want a friend. They don't want a McDonald's. If they have a farm, they love their farm, just like you love what you're doing. But the farmers were dying, leaving their farm to their children. The value of the farm was high. They'd go out. They'd have a tremendous estate tax or death tax. And it would so much. I mean, the percentage is crazy how high. They'd end up losing the farm in bankruptcy. They'd go out and borrow all this money to pay the tax, the estate tax. They'd put a mortgage on the farm, and they'd end up losing the farm. Many of them committed suicide. They would commit suicide. It was such a horrible thing that was happening.
Just like I need to really reiterate here. He's talking to a bunch of McDonald's franchise owners. He's talking to a bunch of McDonald's franchise owners, and why the fuck would millionaire owners of McDonald's franchises care about farmers committing suicide because of like the death tax? Because they had to pay taxes on a wealthy farm that they inherited. How is any of this relevant? It's not. That's kind of the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that this man is just gone. He's just gone. He doesn't know or care why these people are in the room. He barely maintains that they are associated with McDonald's.
And we've ended, think of that, the death tax, the estate tax on the small businesses. So I hope you're around for a long time. You don't have to think about it, but it's a great thing for your family, and it's a great thing for longevity. You treat your franchise just like a farmer treats his farm. You love it. I know you're there early, you're cleaning it, little touch of paint here or there. There's a little spot on the ceiling, drives you crazy, right? It's, it's love. It's love for what you do.
Oh, Lesaya, thank you very much for the $2 super chat and the compliment.
It's amazing the job you do, too. I see it. I've been in plenty of McDonald's that clean beautifully. You must have some awfully good incentives because they are really amazing places, the job that's done. But upon taking office, I signed an order requiring that for every new regulation, 10 old job-killing regulations have to be eliminated. So if we put in a new regulation, then we get rid of 10. Otherwise, you don't get the new regulation. And, we got rid of the drip, drip water. We call it the drip, drip, where drip drips out of the sink. States with tremendous water, so much water.
What? See, this is what I mean. You'll be listening to, his brain is gone, guys. He's, coasting along on momentum, and he's just we call it drip drip. The drip drip water. That's what we call it, the drip drip.
Water, they were drip drips in regulation. And, we got rid of the drip drip water. We call it the drip drip, where drip drips out of the sink. States with tremendous water.
That needs to be a song. Yeah, honestly, it kind of has some bars.
So much water, they have nothing but...
Wait, what's the cadence?
Regulation. And, we got rid of the drip, drip water. We call it the drip drip, where drip drips out of the sink.
We got rid of the drip drip water, where drip drips out of the sink. I don't know. It's got a good rhythm there.
States with tremendous water. So much water, they have nothing but problems getting rid. They had restrictions on water. It comes down from heaven, right? They had restrictions on water. So you want to wash your hands, or like me, I want to wash my hair. I lather up, and I turn that, and there's no water. The water's drip. They put a restrictor on. I won't mention the third item in the bathroom.
Yeah, they put a restrictor on your shower so that it doesn't drip, so it doesn't waste the water. Because the water falls out of the sky, but it needs to be purified and turned into drinkable, usable water, so that we don't get poisoned by brain parasites and shit. With a drip drip here and drip drip there, old MacDonald had a franchise, E-I-E-I-O. Indeed, Dragonfly, you got it.
Because I always get criticized. I used to mention that, but I don't mention it anymore because you know what I think you do. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you shouldn't be owning a McDonald's franchise. You wouldn't do well even with a McDonald's franchise. But no, the water restrictions totally lifted. All restrictors are gone.
Cool. Anyway, they had to move the entire... They're having to move the entire city of Tehran because it's out of water. Just, I don't know. I don't know if anyone knows that. But, yeah. Moving capital and obligation as Tehran sinks. Drinking water is increasingly scarce, and they're moving a city of 15 million people. The ground underneath the city is slipping further and further down, and they have less and less water, and the crisis has now reached the point where they're moving 15 million people to the other side of the country. But sure, yeah, let's get rid of all those water regulations, am I right? That couldn't possibly happen here in the good old US of A.
And it's interesting. Your dishwashers were covered, right? You had no water. I was with some of the people that make them, Whirlpool and others, And they said, sir, they won't give us the water to use in our dishwashers or use in our washing machines. The washing machines have no water. I mean, it's like a glass of water, half a glass of water. We need water. And I said, how bad is it? He said, well, like the dishwasher. They put the dishes in, and they just keep pressing the button, they end up using more water. So I gave them, as you know, unlimited water. Biden came back with a rigged election, and he immediately restricted the water again. 37%. You're so freaking lucky. You are so lucky.
Be grateful to me.
There you'll find good people doing honest, beautiful, hard work, and happy families sitting down to a really great meal. Because no matter who you are, everyone loves something at McDonald's. There's always something to have. I like the fish. I like it.
Why'd you make that sound? Number one. And number two, are the employees making a livable wage? No. Fuck McDonald's.
You could do a little bit more tartar sauce, though, please. Seriously. I hate when I say, do you have any tartar sauce? Do you understand that? Yes, I have. He understands that. Together with hardworking Americans like you, we're going to pioneer new heights of prosperity. We are doing better as a country right now. And people are seeing it. The Wall Street guys know it. The stock market hit its all-time high 48 times in a row in 9 months, 48 times during the 9-month period. And we're hitting the highest stock market we've ever had in history. All markets, all three.
Yeah, that's certainly not a bad side of a bubble, say, keeping our entire economy afloat.
All markets, every one of them, has hit all brand new highs. It's a good time to be making this speech, because when you make one of these speeches, if you're doing lousy, it's not good. And you know, the stock market, you can say what you want, but it's a hell of an indicator. It's really a hell of an indicator, and your stock is doing phenomenally. But the stock market has hit an all-time high 48 times during the last 9 months. And we're going to pioneer new heights even from that. These new heights of prosperity are going to be incredible. We're looking at affordability. We're going to bring it down for everybody, because not everybody understands the fact that a great stock market is great for everybody, including 401ks. You know, the 401ks hit the highest number that they've ever been 2 days ago. And that's a lot of people. So they understand what's going on. And we're going to make...
Man, like, I'm sorry, like, any of the people who work at McDonald's get 401ks. Fuck you. Like, oh yeah, think of all of your workers with their 401ks. I'm sure they're all doing great. They're all investing in their 401ks. Highest number ever. Uh-huh. Isn't McDonald's stock plummeting? Yeah, it's down over the last 6 months.
The American dream, two words that you didn't have. You didn't have those 2 words. Remember when Biden said, it's all about 3 words, the American dream. You don't want to ever get in that situation. But
yeah, you never want to get in that situation with the American dream. You only want to be in the situation of American dream.
That was not good. It's all about 3 words. American dream.
I mean, like, bros. He just understood in real time why Joe Biden said 3 words. Like, let's play it back.
Ago. And that's a lot of people. So they understand what's going on. And we're going to make the American dream 2 words that you didn't have.
The American dream, 2 words that you didn't have.
You didn't have those 2 words. Remember when Biden...
You didn't have those 2 words under Biden, because Biden was talking about 3 words.
Said, it's all about 3 words, the American dream. You don't want to ever get in that situation.
Because, understand, guys, what just happened here. Like, the mental processes that just happened, right?
the American dream, a word that, 2 words that you didn't.
A word that, I mean, 2 words that, and then he wanted to try and like shift that into being like, oh, remember Joe Biden? Joe Biden was old and he thought American dream was 3 words. You never want to be in a situation where you have a president that says the American dream is 3 words instead of 2 words. Like, he was trying to throw shade at Joe Biden here, but in real time understood suddenly what Joe Biden meant, because he's having trouble counting to 3.
We're going to make the American dream a word that, 2 words that you didn't have. You didn't have those 2 words. Remember when Biden said, it's all about 3 words, the American dream. You don't want to ever get in that situation. Remember that? That was not good. It's all about 3 words, American dream.
Because then he does that. It's all about 3 words, American dream. He has to... He's having so much trouble counting in this one clip. The American dream. 1 word, 2 words. This man should not be president. The brainworms are getting him.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
But possible, and you're going to make it really possible for millions and millions of people. And you have an administration that's got your back. You don't have an administration that wants to put you out of business, that wants to take away your water, that wants...
Yeah, you all know all of the McDonald's that stopped existing under Joe Biden. Remember how under Joe Biden we didn't have McDonald's, and now under Donald Trump we have so many McDonald's? Oh wait, we have the same number of McDonald's. Okay, cool. Anyway, this is of course another way. Like, is Donald Trump capable of holding it
47?
together? And the answer to that is no. Here's Donald Trump speaking at the U.S. Saudi Investment Forum.
From 7 billion to 47 billion, it would be that. So we would lose business, countries and companies and people would flee our country. They would flee, and all of the other things would go up. In other words, would end up with a shell of a country, and I'm being nice when I use the word shell. This country would have been in big trouble, and I don't want to get him in trouble, but that gentleman right there, the most respected man in the room, that's today because we're here. Most respected man, I have to say that. Don't worry, when I'm with other countries and the leaders sitting there, I say the same about them. Don't worry. Don't get carried away. No, the most respected, one of the great leaders, he told me when I was in his country, he said, and I use it all the time. Sometimes I refer to him because I have great respect for him. I figure it sells better. But he said exactly these words. He said, it's amazing what you've done. 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country in the world. That was, you were the first one that said that.
God, he's just repeating phrases he heard uncritically from Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It's crazy. This man sat down and goofed and guffawed with a guy who ordered a journalist, a resident of America, tortured and dismembered in a hotel room for being critical of him. And this is how this man reacts.
And all of a sudden, you feel even better. So, and I think we're only going to go in one way. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, have you approved the export licenses for advanced chips to Saudi Arabia?
the export licenses?
We are working on that. We're negotiating that right now. Marco, do you want to talk about that, or Scott?
Okay, well, I mean, that's part of what we may have announcements on that later today, but that's what we've been working on is the mechanics by which something like that can be achieved, and it's part of the broader process, part of this broader engagement and cooperation between our two countries.
Certain levels of chips. Yeah.
And for the Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness, you're talking about $1 trillion of investment. Could the kingdom continue to do that with oil prices in the mid-60s?
Yeah, we are not creating fake opportunities to, please America, please President Trump. It's real opportunities. For example, when you ask about the AI.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't be keeping oil prices cheap in order to appeal to Donald Trump. Ho, 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 ho.
And the chips. Saudi Arabia have a huge demand a huge need of computing power, and we're going to spend in the short term around $50 billion by consuming those semiconductors for our needs in Saudi Arabia. And with the agreement that we're going to have with America, that will allow us to focus that consuming power in short term by $50 billion from America, and long term with hundreds of $billions in the long term. So there's a lot of real opportunities that fit to our needs in Saudi Arabia and fit to our investment strategy.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office.
Who are you with?
Why should Americans trust
Who are you with?
And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the
But the
worst.
question is
One of the
legitimate,
worst
sir.
in the business. But I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful.
I do want to say, props to that journalist for asking such a pointed question. It is nice to be reminded at times that American journalists can, in fact, ask questions with teeth. Also, props to her for asking such a pointed question to a guy who, last time he was challenged by a journalist, had him again tortured and dismembered in a hotel room. Like, that takes actual courage.
Decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been, no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in $21 trillion, that I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was
just glazing a man who, again, abducted an American resident who was working for the Washington Post back when that meant a damn, and tortured and killed him. Like, just, they brought him into a hotel and he never came out in one piece.
Extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about, whether you like him or didn't like him.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like him. Notably, the guy you're sitting next to who ordered his execution.
Things happen, but he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guests.
He ordered it. He knew everything about it. And, like, Donald Trump is just, like, frantically trying to glaze this man. It is embarrassing. It is disgusting. This is not, by the way, it's flagrantly obvious that he is doing cover for a murderer. Like, it's super obvious, right? Like, this is, a man like this is incapable of holding together the Republican coalition.
By asking a question like that.
Just ask Mr. President, you allow me to answer. I feel painful about, the families of 9/11.
Yeah, also, just in case anyone's curious about that, Saudi Arabia 9/11. Do-do. Yeah. Just as an FYI, Saudi Arabia is highly implicated in 9/11. 15 out of the 19 9/11 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. The 9/11 Commission that investigated 9/11 concluded that a significant amount of the funding received to do 9/11 came from Saudi charities and private donors. Those private donors were also members of the Saudi royal family, which I want to remind you all, the Bin Ladens were one of the royal families of Saudi Arabia. So, like, there's a reason 9/11 families are upset that he's there. Like, I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry, but you get to this point where you have I think there's one more point coming up. I'll hold back until we finish this.
And I've used your name hundreds of times. I use your name, I say that King of Saudi Arabia said. But anyway, but it's true. We were a country that was in really bad trouble. We were a country that would have been dead, I believe, within a year or 2 years after the election. We were headed in a very bad direction. And now we're headed in the best direction I think that we've ever been headed. According to the USDA, Turkey is down, think of that, 33%. And I'm not talking about the country of Turkey. He's doing fine. Erdogan is doing good. Just want to, I don't want him calling me. I'm not down 33%. He's a friend of ours. We got to take care of our friends. Since March, egg prices are down 86%. Think of 86%. Many other prices are down in a similar number. When I first came into office, my first 3 days, I had a news conference, and they started screaming at me. Those people, that's a lot of people back there. Look at all the fake news. They started screaming at me, eggs, eggs. I didn't know anything about it. I said, what?
Dude, like, he's attacking the entire reason working class people justified voting for him. It's crazy. He's like, I don't even know why they were talking about eggs. Yeah, who gives a shit? Groceries? Never heard of her.
What's going on with eggs? They're up quadruple. I said, I've only been here for 3 days. And we'll work on it. And we got them down very substantially. They said, don't buy eggs for Easter. At the White House, we have an Easter egg hunt. We buy thousands of eggs. The people come from all over, thousands. They asked me, sir, would it be possible this year to buy plastic eggs? I said, I'm not buying plastic eggs. The kids are going to pick up an egg. They're going to, what the hell kind of an egg is this? And we bought maximum number of regular eggs, and we got the prices. Brooke Rollins did a great job, Department of Agriculture. She did a fantastic job. And eggs are way down now. Mortgage rates are down despite the Fed. Scott, you got to work on this guy. He's got some real mental problems. No, there's something wrong with him. It's just sweet. I'll be honest, I'd love to fire his ass. He should be fired. Guy's grossly incompetent. And he should be sued for spending $4 billion to build a little building. I'm building a ballroom that's going to cost a tiny fraction of that, and it's big.
Yeah, also, you're building a mostly empty room. The comparison of like, well, small, so therefore cheap. Sometimes you build something small and you need it to do a specific thing. If it's a ballroom, you just need it to be a large room. But also, like, he's still, like, trying to get Jerome Powell fired from the Fed. Like, he's just like, he doesn't know why he got elected on the issue of eggs and affordability and groceries. Like, he just doesn't know any of this shit. And you think this guy is capable of holding together a Republican coalition when the scuttlebutt is that Republicans are going to start resigning midterm to avoid the embarrassment that is coming in 2026. Like, it is, I mean, it's fascinating to see for sure, but like, my God, he's spending his time hanging out with wealthy dictators who torture and murder journalists while praising them and defending them in every way possible, as if they remind him of his long lost love, Bubba. And not only that, he's like going out there and like trying to relitigate old feuds he has with Jerome Powell, and like being like, yeah, I don't know what affordability is. I don't know about eggs. And on top of that, you have him going to like the McDonald's forum and just being like, yeah, you guys all your workers love 401ks. He's just completely and utterly out of touch with anything that matters to working people. And like, obviously we all know that, but like, he can't count anymore, guys. He can't count. And his brain has turned to such mush that like he's he's now being like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna have another term, because he knows he's on his way out. He knows it. And everyone around him knows it, and he's trying to pick fights with like Mark Kelly, a literal astronaut hero, and like call for his execution and launching sham investigations, and he's losing the sham investigations he's already launched against folks like Comey and Letitia James. He's like not doing so hot, guys, and his biggest supporters online are like just spiraling into conspiratorial nonsense. Like, Candace Owens is future-proofing her career by going full Alex Jones, but like, it's not going to rally the mainstream of American society to like Donald Trump's side when they're living in like a completely different reality from the one the rest of us live in. And the only thing that tethers all of us to the same reality is the economy, which is in the shit right now. It is not good. Like, the only reason the American economy hasn't collapsed at this point is because of AI companies. The Magnificent Seven, they call them. And like a month or so ago, those AI companies accounted for like 40% of the US GDP. The second that bubble bursts, and I'm guessing that by now it's like 50% of the US GDP. When that goes, the majority of the US economy is going to go with it. So it's like, everything that he is touting as like, oh yeah, no, we're totally fine, everything's better than it's ever been, it's going down the tubes. And like, he's made the everyday lived economy worse for everybody with his tariffs. Like, small businesses and mid-tier businesses are having to close because of these tariffs. This is all just utter nonsense and bullshit. And he is incapable of holding any of this together.
If you take
It is going to be, I mean, like, this is all going to be in history textbooks, and this is going to be on the level of Caligula naming, like, his horse a Roman consul. Like, this is going to be on the level of Nero fiddling while Rome burned. Like, it's just nonsense. And it is destroying our futures. And all of this is happening before the Epstein files even release. And this is where I'm going to go into a little bit of speculation. My speculation is that a lot of Republicans in the House that are rumored to be exiting midterm are going to do so either right before or right after the Epstein files release. I think that is probably going to be one of the major out opportunities where Republicans will be able to feel like or say that they saved face. by leaving politics when that happens. So I think what we are in for over the next few weeks is just some absolutely insane nonsense in a desperate attempt to steal the spotlight from whatever is coming in those files come like December 15th, December 16th, somewhere in there. It's gonna be interesting to say the least, but suffice it to say, I don't think Donald Trump can hold this coalition together. And with all that being said, if you got anything out of this segment, please remember to like, comment, subscribe, share the stream with your friends, your family, your neighbors, your dogs, your cats, your acquaintances, your lovers. And also, please consider dropping those subs, donuts, memberships, super chats, etc. Support the stream financially if you can. And finally, if you're interested in lingerie designed from the ground up, with trans femmes in mind, check out Gender Euphoric Lingerie from Imogene Olivia. Genuinely the best underwear I've ever had, the best lingerie I've ever had. And more styles and such will be coming in the near future, but check it out. There is a link in the description below. And with that, let's keep on going. We all love good undies. Indeed. He's doing a lot more fawning than I've ever seen, and I wonder if he was threatened that if they're released, he's done. I mean, I think he's doing the fawning less because of the Epstein files and more because I think it's the dementia. Like, a lot of folks with dementia, my understanding is that they do what they do out of a motivation to feel safe. And one of the ways to feel safe is through like primitive accumulation, i.e. like you just want to get all your money and like hold it because it makes you feel safe. Or you fawn over and try and ingratiate yourself with folks you perceive as powerful, also out of a desire to protect yourself. Wait, he has dementia? I mean, something is not right with his brain, and we know he's been having mini strokes, so not ready for FemUndies yet, but I'm gonna get those when I'm ready. Well, Lazia, just so you know, they are designed to be comfortable on cis men. They are designed to be comfortable on trans women. They are designed to be comfortable on any kind of gender that wants to feel feminine. So whenever you feel ready, Imogene Olivia is a great place to start. His dad had Alzheimer's? Yeah. He's been having mini strokes? Yeah, Rhombus, if you look up, there was I have a number of videos on my channel about it, but there was like a 2-week period where multiple times half of his face was drooping. Let me just show you real quick. Here is a C-SPAN clip that shows it in action.
Eisenhower, United States Navy. Antoinette M. Sherman.
That is not someone just looking bored. That is someone whose face is like it's like nah. If you're like, oh, that's just an expression he's making. No, it's not. And it happened multiple times. see here. Yeah, that is like he's been having mini strokes, which is usually a sign that there is a much larger stroke waiting in the wings. It is not good. You mean to tell me this guy is in perfect physical condition? Thanks for the unsubstantiated fake news opinion, but I trust his doctor. Yeah, all of his doctors. Indeed. Hey, Old Owl Hootin'. Also, thank you for the raid, Jet Fatigue. Very much appreciated. I didn't realize it was that bad. Yeah. Oh, he was trying out for Clayface earlier this year? How can you tell the difference between a mini stroke and a full-size stroke? Well, a full-size stroke, he would not recover from the slumping. Miniature strokes can have temporary paralysis, whereas full strokes give you permanent paralysis. It's time-based? Yeah, like a big stroke means chunks of your brain went without oxygen for a very long time. As somebody who had a family member with dementia, Trump's brain is dying. Yeah. Yep. Like, he's getting work. He's getting, like, guys, he's been to multiple, like, checkups and appointments at, like, Walter Reed. Like, he's not doing okay. Yeah, like, if he had a full stroke, it is unlikely that he would be able to, like, walk around and do president stuff. Like, John Fetterman is an example of, like, a full stroke, and he's, like, a relatively young guy. Just remember, he was evil before the mental decline? Exactly. A TIA can put you in the hospital? Yeah. And he went to the hospital, and they gave him an MRI, and he's been trying to claim it's totally normal and routine to get an MRI for no reason. Well, yeah, mini strokes are bad. Jack, not true. I had a full stroke, but it only affects my vision. Damn. Well, I'm sorry that that happened to you, but also I'm glad that you're relatively okay. I I have to be honest, Banana Brains, there is nothing I desire less than to talk more about Woodrow Wilson, someone I don't think about. Um like it's probably a worthwhile angle, but it's not one that I have the ability to properly research and make a video about. Largely because I have a lot of other shit to do that, like, I can't talk about on stream with you guys. That takes up all of my time and energy. Prepping for show is this is basically the best I can do. And, like, if it's not good enough, then, like, I understand, but, like, I apologize. But, like, I'm doing the best I can do. Thanks, Dragonfly. Appreciate it. The issue that I run into if I wanted to add Woodrow Wilson quotes and like a lens to this is that I would want to have the time to properly research it and him and like read books and such, and I don't got that time. I don't got that time. I don't got that energy. You say that as someone addicted to political reporting. I appreciate that, Dragonfly. Beep, boop. All right. God. Also, can we just... This isn't even a segment, but like, I regret to inform all of you that the ShamWow guy is now officially running as a Republican candidate in Texas's 31st congressional district. This is his actual announcement photo. And yeah, I regret to inform you that unfortunately that means that this review of his recent music video is relevant. So I guess if you want to see what the ShamWow guy has been up to lately, you can watch this video that I made already about him making weird political music videos. Just be aware that genuinely, as I was watching it, I was worried that it was going to veer into like completely TOS material. It is disturbing to say the least. That video was genuinely made me worried that they were gonna show like genitals in the video. Like I was genuinely worried that there was going to be like a crime committed on camera when I watched that. Yeah, like I didn't even cover that knowing he was about to jump into a political race, but like this is where the Republican Party's at. All that they have left are the absolute bottom of the barrel crazies. It was pedo hour in that music vid for real. Shrub Girl, thank you for saying it, because I was thinking it the entire time. It's gross as hell. Yeah. You can hear me in the segment worried that this was gonna go someplace awful. He did commit a crime. He had a child inspect. Oh, yeah. He also did a crime by beating up a sex worker. So, dude is just terrible. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Who we talking about? ShamWow guy. He doesn't deserve a name other than ShamWow guy. Hello, lesbian hot sauce. All right. Gonna throw these in a tab for tomorrow. Okay. Okay. How to tackle this next segment. Roomba, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Folks, go check out Roomba. Go check out Lesbian Hot Sauce. Go check out Jet Fatigue. Do the things, you know. Don't embarrass me in front of other streamers. Hello! How we doing? And folks, I'm just taking a look. How we doing on likes? How we doing? How we doing? Is this gonna take a long time to cover? No. No. Potentially no. Potentially yes. You know what? We're just gonna knock that off. Okay. I think I can do this segment, actually. Whew. Folks, just a little wiggle break here for you guys. Yo, Dragonfly! Let's go! It's very exciting. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. The song is too bossy. I don't have a bedtime. There we go. There we go. All right. I am going to rehash some information here about ShamWow Guy into the segment. I do apologize. I was thinking about cutting him from the segment entirely. Worth bringing it up, I guess. But let's get it done, shall we? So, folks, I want to have a discussion here about how we can actually move forward and continue to push the envelope when it comes to progressive actions. Because when I look around right now, I see an incredible amount of weakness in the Republican machine. The Republican figures who are coming forward, the Republican elected officials who are suddenly having to reckon with a world that is full of consequences for their actions. And I think that this means we are in a moment of time where we have the ability to have an outsized impact on the future that we would like to see come about. And that's why I want to ask you guys throughout this segment to think about ways you can get involved in a number of different campaigns to get folks elected on the national level that could change our political conversations, right? Because right now, when I look out there at the sea of political candidates that are throwing their hats into the ring for 2026, I'm seeing on the Republican end of things, folks like this guy. That's right. That's ShamWow Guy. He doesn't need another name. That's just ShamWow Guy. He's running for Congress, apparently. Texas's 31st congressional district. And I want to remind all of you, this guy is insane, has assaulted sex workers, and he has a YouTube channel where he uploads insane music videos that genuinely make me deeply uncomfortable. And like it seems like he's about to be a threat to himself and others when I see them. I put together a video about one of them, not knowing he was about to run for Congress, a couple weeks ago. And yeah, we labeled it a conservative fetish video because that's genuinely how it came across. Now, I'm not going to play this for you guys, but it is on my channel. You can go watch that video if you would like to. none of it doesn't wind up violating TOS, but it really made me worried that it would. And anyway, check that out if you want to, I guess, to learn more about ShamWow Guy. But that being said, we also can look elsewhere. And one of the things that I am finding really interesting is that, well, a lot of lawmakers, GOP lawmakers, are now on the receiving ends of a lot of threats, largely from other Republicans. So here's a story from just a handful of days ago from Indiana's Capitol Chronicle. As threats escalate against Indiana lawmakers, Braun says his family also targeted. Governor Mike Braun on Friday condemned a wave of threats against state lawmakers, including ones he said targeted him and his family, shortly after Republican Senator Andy Zay confirmed a bomb threat at his Huntington vehicle rental business. Senator Linda Rogers revealed on Friday she'd also been a victim of several intimidation incidents. The threats came amid a week of swatting attempts and other harassment aimed at Senate Republicans. Enough is enough, the government said in a Friday afternoon post on X. These threats to lawmakers, including those received by me and my family in recent days, need to stop. Braun said Indiana State Police and other law enforcement agencies have been working around the clock all week to protect lawmakers and investigate the string of incidents. And, like, a lot of this is related to them being Republicans. And it's related to attempts to redistrict the state. Attempts to gerrymander the state. Now, one of these lawmakers, Zay, has been targeted. And this is what he had to say to, again, the Indiana Capitol Chronicle. Yesterday, my business in Huntington was targeted with a bomb threat, which is part of the recent troubling pattern against lawmakers in Indiana. It's unfortunate that my family and I continue to be threatened for my work as a public servant and state senator. This is no way to weigh in on any public issue, even if you do not agree with my stance. My office is always open, and I encourage constituents with any concerns to reach out. Zay is supportive of a controversial proposal to redistrict Indiana's congressional boundaries and to make Indiana's 2 blue districts red ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. Sometimes you're not yes enough for some of our friends on the right. And when you get this mob mentality going, it's a little challenging. Because apparently, again, the issue isn't with, like, leftists and liberals in Indiana. The issue is coming from conservatives in the state who are mad as hell that this isn't going forward fast enough. So it goes, Zay pushed for an aggressive marketing campaign to explain why the new map is needed to the public. He said the pressure and influence needed to come more from constituents. Obviously, the administration has chosen an entirely different tactic, which I don't agree with, which has kind of turned into this ugly, threatening, demeaning, bashing thing. I'm not surprised. It's certainly not uncharacteristic of the administration, but I think we all would have been better served to have a stronger groundswell of support to bring it to a vote. Like, the issue here is, like, the Republican Party is tearing itself apart because Zay wants to slow it down and get, like, the redistricting effort kind of, like, having, like, a critical amount of public support behind it. But the issue is, it's probably not going to be able to get that critical support behind it, which is why the Trump administration is trying to barrel ahead with it anyway. And to the MAGA crowd, Zay looks like he's trying to stop it. And so he's an enemy to the president, even though he supports the actual legislation. So the MAGA base doesn't know what it's doing and is just attacking anyone perceived to be disloyal. And Republicans are freaking out. And what that sets the stage for is, well, police to get involved. Again, here's Mike Braun's statement. in lockstep with the Indiana State Police. Indiana State Police and their law enforcement partners have been working around the clock all week to protect lawmakers and investigate threats. Rest assured, if you threaten or attempt to carry out acts of violence against Indiana's elected officials, we will bring you to justice. Which, I believe them when they say, hey, you're threatening us, we're going to put you in prison. Because, like, that's completely consistent with Republican values. But what this means is you're going to get, like, state-level Republicans finally turning the policing apparatus against other Republicans in the state. This is, in fact, one of those points of fracture within the Republican Party, right? And that is only going to get worse with time. On the other side of things, here is Ruah Roman's first speech as a gubernatorial candidate in Georgia. She gave it at the Unite Here Local 23 union because she believes in fighting corporate power. And let's just take a listen to her first speech as a gubernatorial candidate.
My name is Ruah Roman. I am the State House Representative for District 97 up in West Gwinnett, but I am ecstatic because this is the first group I am giving a speech to as a candidate for governor for our state next year. So how am I running? I'm running to feed hungry kids, raise the minimum wage, reopen hospitals, take homes back from corporations, and invest in small businesses. The reality is, I'm going to be straight with y'all because I don't like to sugarcoat things, is that our state ranks almost last for workers. And for those who don't know, the minimum wage on our books is actually lower than the federal one at $5.15 an hour. So if you go look up our legal, documents, they will tell you the last time we updated this was in 1997. You can't live off of that. You can't even survive off of that. I don't think you can even feed off of that these days. In fact, with bipartisan support, we were almost close to expanding Medicaid, and yet because of one person, the governor, we couldn't. And so what's happened? Now more hospitals are at risk of closing. More people are lacking health care. It's a lot harder to keep getting by. And not only that, we keep talking about the federal government. We've now seen massive cuts to health care. And United Healthcare this morning just announced that they are going to be cutting coverage in 109 counties. We don't even know which counties those are, or which states they are. We just know they're going to cut coverage in 109 counties. And I don't know about y'all, but healthcare is already expensive enough. So what did we pass this past legislative session? We didn't raise the minimum wage. We didn't increase worker protections. We didn't even have better healthcare access. In fact, there was not any bills to help Georgians weather the chaos of this administration. Not one. My name is Ruah Roman. I am...
Like, I would love to have her on to talk with her, which is, by the way, not a non-zero possibility. I will get to work on that because I genuinely think that she has the juice to potentially win in Georgia, and I would love to see her as the next governor. I believe this is the rest of the speech.
Pass a bill to shield corporations from liability if they hurt any of us or any workers. Can y'all believe that? I'm tired. I am so tired of them telling us that we need to be okay with just crumbs, as they give corporations entire loaves of bread. And what's worse is we're now getting to a point where those same politicians are now telling us to give those crumbs back. What are we doing here? So here's the thing. Why am I running? I told you on my platform, but I want to tell you about something even bigger. I'm running to build a movement. And the people in this room know exactly what that looks like. It's about building power because I know we can flip the governor's mansion, and I know we can either flip the state house or get close enough to force them to negotiate with us. Because they have ignored us for far too long. And I know y'all have been doing this. Y'all have paved the path for this. People like me would not even be thinking about doing something this massive if it wasn't for the work that you've been doing. But the reality is the people down the street, because it is down the street, the Capitol's right down the street, they don't look like us. They don't have to worry about the same things we have to worry about. And so because of y'all, because of the organizing you've built, we are all here today. So thank y'all so much. I know that we can do this. I know we can do it one door, one conversation, one person at a time, because the reality is that we can build a movement that fights for a Georgia we can afford. And as y'all have been saying, when we fight, we win. Thank y'all so much.
Dragonfly, do you happen to have any connections with the Ruah for Georgia campaign? Just just asking for a friend. Is this a Republican or a Dem? This is very, very much a Dem. She's been fighting the good fight in Georgia for a while, and I've been paying attention to her like state level career. And she was one of the folks who was denied a speaking spot at the DNC last year to speak in favor of Palestinians and against the genocide. And she is someone that I think has moral fiber. I think she has the energy. I think she has the policies. And I think she is someone who is using her campaign to go all the way across the state to build up a network of volunteers and connections so that she can build a statewide movement. I think she is actually pretty talented. Maybe she shouldn't use Kamala's catchphrase after what Kamala did to her. I'm sorry, but saying that Kamala Harris gets to own in perpetuity the "when we fight, we win" line, nah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. But I'm sure she would happily respond to your email. Feel free to email her on the ruaforgeorgia.com website. You can let her know that she's stepping wrong with her language in trying to appeal to Georgia Democrats. Now, I will also point out we have other great candidates in the wings coming up doing the work. Another one I want to highlight here is Kat Abugazela, who is running in Illinois. So let's take a look.
This next speaker is running for office, and as far as I know, she's the only candidate running for office who's been picked up by an ICE officer and thrown on the ground. I want leaders that will put their bodies between me and fascism. Do you? Give it up for the incredible Kat Abugazela!
I am so honored to be here with all of you today. And we are all here because we, the American people, deserve better than what our leaders have failed to deliver. In case anyone forgot, our government is supposed to work for us. Not corporations, not billionaires, and not the deranged racist predator who plans to live to his dying day in the White House. We are here to remove him and his regime.
Oh, she's running in the 9th district.
But that is not the only reason we are here. We got to this moment because of inaction from leaders who swore to protect us, who swore to fight for us. We trusted them and they broke that trust. So now it's time for the people we elected to put up or shut up. What do we want? Impeach! That's right. We are sick of excuses. We are sick of compromise with fascists. We are sick of leaders who think they deserve our vote.
And in before anyone's like, oh, well, they won't impeach him, so this is all pointless. The point is to build up a pressure so that when Republicans become weak and powerless, or when the Democrats retake the House, impeachment can begin to proceed. Like, there is a reckoning coming. The Republicans are fracturing, and that means the knives are going to be out for not just each other, but also for Donald Trump. So the second he is no longer politically useful for them, he's gone. What happens if Trump is actually impeached? Then it gets thrown over to the Senate, where they have to act as a jury to convict.
It is time for them to realize the old playbook is gone. Republican leadership right now is filled with power-hungry racists who want a white nationalist dystopia. And look, that's scary. I get it if some of our elected officials are scared of that. But if you, a congressperson in the United States of America, one of the most powerful people in the world, are too afraid to stand up for us, step out of the way for someone else who will. Not just in removing this despot, but building something better than our unlivable status quo. My community, like yours, has been through hell because of this administration. Masked secret police raid homes, workplaces, and schools across Chicago, Evanston, Skokie, and the rest of Illinois. Less than a month ago, I was federally indicted for exercising my First Amendment rights by protesting Trump's masked secret police. Mine is just one of many blatantly political prosecutions, which have also targeted some of our speakers today. We're all different people, but we have one thing in common, and that is that the administration sees us as a threat. Not just us, all of us. That's why they want to invoke the Insurrection Act. That is why they try to trample on our rights. And that is why they want to scare you into silence. But is that working? No! I said, is that working? No! We deserve better than this. We deserve equal rights. We deserve universal health care. We deserve a Green New Deal. We deserve the best education system in the world, strong unions. We deserve free college and affordable housing. We deserve maternity leave and childcare and not breaking our backs for billionaires who don't give a damn about us. We deserve so much more than what our leaders have failed to deliver, but they have a chance to redeem themselves, to step up now. But the first step is impeachment. The reality is that we, the people, the voters, have been resisting more than the people that we elected. We have borne the brunt of what this administration is doing, and we are tired of it. So to our representatives, we don't want any more excuses. We don't want to hear that impeachment is unpopular, because it's not. And guess what? You're a leader. You better lead. We don't want to hear that you're worried about your re-election. Our lives are more important than your campaign. And you don't deserve our votes. You earn it. And I guarantee that if you cave to cowardice, someone else will step up to take your place. And we do not want to hear that there is no cause to impeach this tyrant. Donald Trump has strangled our economy with tariffs without congressional approval. He has deployed our forces against the American people. He violates international law, targeting civilians and cozying up to dictators.
She's so good at this.
So answer to the people. Turn away from decades of political failure. Impeach this president, and we can make history by building a better future. I want to leave you with a truth that our leaders seem unwilling to face. Good things are possible. And no matter what anyone on TV or on the Hill tells you, we don't have to settle. Thank you.
She genuinely has the juice. CatForIllinois.com. Genuinely one of the best campaigns I'm seeing for Congress so far. I will also throw out there that in each and every portion of this country, you are finding folks coming together to resist the regime and show their displeasure and erode support for the Trump administration in every venue. Here in Monrovia, California, protesters staged a buy-in. And for those of you who aren't quite familiar with that,
chat if you want to get involved.
Take a look
but
real
don't
quick.
Want the stress of running for office. Consider volunteering for your city's commissions to help shape policy and make recommendations to your council person.
True, Simric. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated, and also great advice. Getting involved on the local level will help you to get out there, learn your local political scene, and actually help to make better policy. Great, great, great call to action there, Simric. Now, also, again, people in Monrovia, California staged a buy-in. So what they did here was they bought 17 cents worth of ice scrapers from Home Depot, because Home Depot has been collaborating with ICE with these snatch and grab operations to kidnap folks out of Home Depot parking lots. And the residents of Monrovia are sick and tired of it. And so they got together and they came up with this plan. And that plan is buy the 17-cent ice scraper and then immediately go and return it. And then repeat that process so that you waste time and resources and completely throw a wrench in the works of how this company is able to operate on a day-to-day basis. Let's take a look, shall we?
Taylor Richard's drummer. That's what actually was out of position. Hey, can I have everybody's attention, please? If you're purchasing something,
I've been volunteering with
we can come to this side. Come to this side for the customers to walk through. Thank you. Not to pay.
But they still have like a good amount of labor.
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Nice. What are you guys buying?
We are buying ice scrapers.
Right.
Thank you.
What are you buying? An ice scraper. Sorry. What are you buying today?
I'm buying ice scraper.
Oh yeah. What are you buying today?
I am buying an anvil putty knife.
An ice scraper.
Yes,
That's
ice
right.
scraper.
And like, this is a great, so the point is to physically DDoS Home Depot. Exactly. You go in, you buy the ice scraper or product, you then immediately take it to return, and then you repeat the process for as long as the protest is going on. You take up employee time, you take up store resources, you take up, the goal is basically you're there doing the things you're allowed to do in the store, but you are taking up space, you are taking up resources, and you're putting pressure on Home Depot to change its policy of collaborating with ICE. The entire point is to put pressure on the employees and to put pressure on, more specifically, management, because I can guarantee you the employees don't give a single shit about more people being in the store to do this. Might be a pain in the butt for a little bit, but like, the employees understand why these folks are here, and it's the management that needs to be concerned, because the management is what is concerned with the sales and concerned with the efficiency and concerned with like the use of resources, and like, they don't want that waste. That's costing them actual real world dollars. So this is a great way, if you have a local Home Depot that is collaborating with ICE, organize your local community around coming in and doing just this. don't go to Home Depot. They're allowing Sterling Nash. Are you not understanding? Are you not understanding the protest? Are you not understanding that the protest to buy and return meaningless garbage to Home Depot is to harm Home Depot and put pressure on them to change their policy of collaborating with ICE? The point of it is to get Home Depot to stop doing what they're doing. So, yes, if you are going to do this form of protest, do it at Home Depot. Now, did you already explain how they were collaborating with ICE? Yeah, they're allowing, like, employees and people in the parking lots to be picked up by ICE. Home Depot has the ability to refuse ICE entry onto their private property. An important thing to note is that they were using cash as well for the protest. A debit card takes a day or two and still generates interest for Home Depot. Ah! Well noted, Uncle Simric. Thank you for the insight as usual. Yeah, people are not happy with Home Depot. Now, do you folks remember the South Shore apartment complex that got raided in that glossy Trump administration produced raid hype video? You all remember the Black Hawk helicopter, people coming down. I've talked about it several times in several different stories. Well, turns out residents at those buildings have been treated so badly, and that event caused them to come together so closely that they have something new that they would like to announce. So let's take a look at what they're doing to push back on their oppressive conditions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Infinity, INFINITI, Gant, GANT, and I am a housing organizer with Southside Together. I am here today with the 7500 South Shore Tenants Union and MTO to make sure that we are centering tenants and get some demands heard and resolved. We've heard about ICE raiding this building, but that's all we've heard. No one has paid attention to the fact that there have been problems in this building way before ICE came. No one paid attention to the fact that people were living here without heat before ICE came. That ain't right. People were living here with mice and roaches and flea infestations before ICE. That ain't right. People were living here with sewage on the floors and mold on the walls. Hello, everyone.
And they have formed themselves a tenants union so that they can negotiate with their landlords and get the support that they need. Here's another tenant for the building.
Good morning. Good morning. We're trying to make it a good morning. We're trying to make it a good morning, trying to make it a good day. Oh, yes, our demands are needed. We have people in this building, like was said, that are disabled, don't have family to locate to, that are out of power, that are out of heat. Heat is a major problem that we have in here because some of our people are living unsafely with the electrical heat that we have to use to live in here. Unsafe with the carbon monoxide that might be released from using your gas stove. We need help in this building. It's not just me, it's a group of us. There's still a lot of us that's left in this building. This has nothing to do with the ICE situation. This building has been deteriorating for over the past year. Please pay attention because we're not just residents, we are citizens of America.
Like, they're coming together and doing it, folks.
Worse, ever since ICE did their raid. Right now, the building has been shut down by the city and is is in receivership under Freedmen Communities, but Freedmen has not turned on the heat at all. Even though it's been in the low 30s some of these days, they have not fixed the lights in the hallway. It is dark. It is very dark in the building. It's scary. It's dangerous. They have not fixed the water and the sewage water and the mold on the first and second floor. So there are flies everywhere. Like, my ceiling is damn near caving in. Like, it's so much going on. The building is falling apart from the inside out.
Interesting.
Yes, it has a bad smell. Each floor.
And I imagine. And like, yeah, no, exactly, Amber Brains. Same conditions that was happening in the Aurora, Colorado apartment building, where everyone was talking about the Venezuelan gangs, and even TYT got on that bandwagon. And like, understand that there is probably a level of cooperation between bad landlords and ICE. Largely that, like, they get like carte blanche to trash these buildings, and then the landlords get to go, oh no, no possible way I could possibly repair it, and then it goes into receivership. You know, like, it is one of the ways that they can, like, make a profit off their building. I understand the concerns they have, but why is this tied to the ICE raids? Is this because people are blaming the issues on immigrants? Well, it's tied to the ICE raids, Pastry Death, because one of the big things that happened during the ICE raids was that ICE came in and broke apart doors, destroyed apartment building materials and structure in the name of the raid, and like broke into people's apartments, busted up all the apartments, and these people never got a dime for any of that. You know, they never got a dime for the damage to their stuff. They never got any of the building repaired afterwards, because the landlords just up and like got out of Dodge, you know? And like, this is not, I mean, it's related to the raids, but it's honestly just a smoke. Like, the raids are kind of acting as a smokescreen for the issues in the building, and then the landlords are being further shitty by not actually fixing anything that ICE broke. So like, all of that stuff is still broken, and it's leading to unlivable conditions. And like, the conditions were basically unlivable before, but they've gotten worse now directly because of ICE.
Worse.
And also, the ICE raid was so traumatic that all of these people got together, now know each other, and were able to form a tenants union.
Since ICE did their raid, right now the building has been shut down by the city.
Oh, we already saw this one. Sorry. Here we go.
They are demanding that Freedmen Communities take immediate steps to repair the building. That includes full restoration of heat, electricity, and elevators. That includes removal of standing water, sewage, pests, rodents, and severe mold from the building. Freedmen Communities must immediately hire qualified 24-hour security for this building. They are also demanding that Mayor Brandon Johnson, Freedmen Communities, and J.B. Pritzker work to relocate residents to the building. Work to relocate residents from this building to other units in South Shore.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna condemn the building, you gotta make sure you got places for those people to go. 1000%. Absolutely reasonable. And the demands conclude here.
To make sure that tenants are paid $7,000 $1,500 in relocation fees no later than 30 days before their move out. And finally, we are demanding that Chicago Housing Authority expedite the inspection process for Section 8 tenants to make sure that they are able to move out of these units in a decent time.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. To make
Good for them. I wish them all the best, and I hope, folks, if you live in the Chicago area, you know, figure out a way you can help out. Maybe call JB Pritzker, call Brandon Johnson, call folks in positions of authority and ask them to remember the South Shore apartments. Okay, ask them to support the South Shore Tenants Union. And yeah, landlords like this should face criminal charges. Absolutely, it is it is beyond the pale that they do not. Now, stuff like this is giving me hope, because people are coming together, and it is people who will see us through. Please tell me you think we got a real shot at arresting and dismantling ICE after this is all over. Von 400, that is entirely dependent on whether we step up and get involved and make sure that these criminals masquerading in ICE uniforms, or perhaps appropriately donning ICE uniforms, are held to account, and that ICE is dismantled. We need to get involved and ensure that happens. Part of us making sure that happens is joining our local Dems and joining our local DSA and being effective organizers on the ground locally everywhere we can. Because it is only by building power that the powerful will give a damn about our demands. So let's build so much power that they cannot ignore us and must in fact bow to our demands. Now, I wanted to show just an example in Charlotte where the ICE raids have, the ICE has begun their operations in earnest in Charlotte, North Carolina. And here is, just a guy with a tow truck company, wanting to help out folks who have been targeted by ICE. So here's what he's doing, as seen by the Charlotte Observer.
Well, today we are taking the car back to a family member, like making sure like the person who got deported don't lose everything. In case that person get deported with no money, at least he can sell she can sell the car and start over on their country. And we're making sure the car don't get to the wrong hands. That's why we require to the people like call us and like a family member, like real close friends, and then we trying to come fast to the scene, making sure all the company don't take the cars, because like we don't want them to lose everything. Like we are a tow company, but more than a tow company, we are a family company.
Like just everyday people stepping up and doing what they can for one another. It is what makes us good people, That guy's just doing it because it's the right thing to do. It is the right thing to make sure, tow companies aren't just like towing these vehicles from, folks detained by ICE out and like selling them for a profit. And yeah, folks, if you need help joining your local Dems or radicalizing your local DSA, or, even if you need help with like a fitness plan or whatever for yourself personally, or getting involved in your local city commissions, join our Discord. Simric will help you navigate your city commissions and get your fitness plan on track. Dragonfly will help you join your local Dems. GamerG will help you join your local DSA. Like, now is the time to be doing all of that, because now is the time when we need to start building our political capital so we don't just get crushed into the dirt by the next Hakeem Jeffries, by the next Chuck Schumer who's trying to establish, centrist control of the Dems. It needs to happen now. Now is the time. And I also want to highlight one additional campaign that is a really big deal when it comes to congressional politics. And that is, there is a special election happening right now in Tennessee, I believe. And that election is super important because, as you guys have noted, the margins in the House of Representatives in Congress are razor thin. Razor thin. And this has turned into a potential for Democrats to flip a Republican seat. And I am talking about the candidate, Afton Ben. So let's take a look at her campaign ad here.
Afton Bain here. Republicans just passed their big bullshit bill to yank healthcare away from millions while giving billionaires a tax break. How about a member of Congress that won't sell out her community to the highest bidder? This bill will be devastating. Wayne County Medical is at risk of closing. Grocery and prescription costs will continue to soar. And seniors will lose $500 million in Medicare. All so that billionaires and corporations get a big, fat tax break. This bill is so toxic that Representative Mark Green voted for it, resigned, and decided to skip town. Feels like Groundhog Day, doesn't it? When Trump was elected the first time, I jumped into action. I organized statewide against healthcare cuts. I rallied to save rural hospitals like the one in Erin, Tennessee, and I took that fight statewide with National Indivisible. Many of you have been part of my story, whether it was strategizing, canvassing, phone banking. You've been on the front lines with me, taking it to the MAGA extremists and showing up to defend our state and our country. Now I'm running for Congress because Tennessee deserves leaders who will put people first, and this country deserves bold and fearless leadership that can meet this moment. As a state representative in Tennessee, I have fought to eliminate Tennessee's grocery tax. In Congress, I will fight to make sure your rural hospitals and nursing homes stay open, and I will make sure that no one loses their health care because they can't afford it. This is a wake-up call. If we don't bring change to Congress, the billionaires and bought-out politicians will continue to rig the system against us. This will be the first federal special election since the bill passed. Let's show the entire country that in deep red Tennessee, we will not stand for a system that is rigged against us. I'm Afton Bain, and I'm running for Congress, and I would love your support because hell will freeze over before we let them get away with this.
Now, also just want to point out this, I'm gonna link her campaign website, which is pretty well made because a lot of money has started flowing into this race because Democrats started seeing polling out of this race and they started licking their lips and salivating, okay? Because this is a plus 22 Trump district, meaning that Donald Trump won this district by 22%. Okay? And we have an opportunity to flip the seat from red to blue. Now, let's just take a look at some of just a little breakdown from MSNBC about how this could actually work and what it might mean.
In less than 2 weeks, we're going to get our next clues on how voters are feeling ahead of the midterms. It will come from a special election in a solidly Republican congressional district in the middle of Tennessee, one where Democrats are hoping they can pull off an upset. Former Vice President Kamala Harris even made a surprise appearance for the Democrat there this week. The first time she's joined a candidate on the campaign trail since leaving office. NBC's Steve Kornacki has more on the race at the big board.
All right, December 2nd, less than 2 weeks from now, we get our next election, our next readout
on the atmosphere as 2026 starts to come into focus. So it's a special election in the 7th Congressional District of Tennessee, sort of middle Tennessee. What are we talking about here? Well, there's downtown Nashville. There's the suburbs in Williamson County, which is right outside Nashville. And then it kind of sprawls and crawls to the west and to the south to some rural areas. So sort of a mix in this district, a very Republican district. You wouldn't normally talk about this district being at all potentially competitive, except here's what's been happening in recent elections. You know, in New Jersey here, Democratic landslide in the governor's race. But the key was this. Look, Trump had lost this state by 6 points to Kamala Harris last year. New Jersey went up to a 14-point margin in the governor's race there. So the Democrats didn't just win. I think they overperformed relative to last year. Same thing happened in Virginia. Again, it's a blue state to start with. Harris had won this by just under 6 points last year. But again, look at this, up to 15 points here. So two Democratic landslides. It wasn't just Democrats won these states. It's that they won them in land.
Yeah. And if this trend holds through, not just for statewide governor races, but for a special election in an off year, like, oh man, that's when you're gonna really start seeing some folks jumping ship. Okay?
Landslides, and this comes on the heels of what we've had 4 special elections for the House so far this year, and in all 4 of them, the Democrats have overperformed relative to 2024. In Florida, 1st District, Republicans won it by 15, but that was down from 37 points last year. In Florida 6, Republicans won by 14, down from a 30-point win. Democrats carried 2 districts here, but they increased their margin relative to 2024. So again, you look at this district, Tennessee 7. Look, Trump won it by 22 points last year. He won it by 15 points in 2020. But if you get this kind of movement, if you get some of that movement you saw in Virginia, some of that movement in New Jersey, this could get into the single digits. This could get potentially interesting. One thing we've been seeing, these special elections, lower turnout, Democrats have been more motivated, their voters have, than Republicans. So keep an eye on this one. The Republicans think the Democratic candidate, you know, she's sort of from the progressive side of the party. Her own party called her the AOC of Tennessee. They think they can get some mileage out of those attacks they want to be using nationally in 2026. If the Republicans end up winning this big, not having this kind of drop-off, it would show those attacks maybe are going to work next year. If the Democrats can get this down to single digits, it would be more momentum for them heading.
Yeah, like, keep in mind, even if Afton Bain doesn't win, if the margin is like 1 or 2% in favor of the Republican in this race, oh baby, Republicans are in huge, huge trouble. But this is within the margin of us being able to flip it. This is not outside of the realm of possibility, which normally, again, it would absolutely be. So one of the things that I think Afton Bain has going for her specifically is that she is attached to Indivisible. Now, for those of you who haven't been paying attention, Indivisible is one of the biggest and most successful grassroots organizing campaigns of our lifetimes. Okay? It is... it has put together the single largest day of peaceful protest, coordinated peaceful protest in U.S. history. Okay? At least in the last 60 years. And they are throwing their weight behind Afton Bain. They had her on 4 days ago on their national meeting, and I thought we'd take a look at that. So let's jump into it.
We want Afton, thank you for joining us. Let's get her off mute and on camera. Excellent. We caught you in between events. Afton, it is great to see you.
Good to see you too. It feels like coming home.
Well, welcome home. You are among friends. We are excited to be here with you. We are really excited for what you're doing in Tennessee. We have just a few questions that we wanted to get into, but for folks who don't know Afton, she is the 7th Congressional District in Tennessee candidate. where there is early voting going on right now. If you are in the district, you can vote right now. The election day is December 2nd, but get it out there. And if you aren't in the second, in the 7th district, you can help Afton out. One of the things, if you go to Afton's website, I love, she describes herself as a pissed off social worker. That's one of the first lines, which, as the son of a pissed off social worker, that just hits near and dear to my heart. She is a homegrown community organizer, y'all. She is an advocate for rural and public hospitals in Tennessee. She
also need to really, really, really emphasize, if you are in Tennessee and you are able to volunteer for her campaign locally in person, please take advantage of the opportunity. I'm again going to post her link in the chats, because folks, you can genuinely make a huge difference by going and knocking doors or helping out with their campaign operations on the ground. Okay? And if you do not live in Tennessee, but you would still like to help, donations are great, of course, but even more importantly, volunteer to phone bank. Phone bank volunteering, super goddamn important. All right? You can volunteer to do both on her website.
Was well known within the indivisible movement as a
like on a special election on an off year, some chances are that a lot of people don't know it's even happening, because a lot of normal people, especially on an off year, completely are checked out of politics. Especially around this time of year, people are thinking about Thanksgiving. They're not thinking about like a special election. So the more we can get people out knocking on doors, phone banking, text banking, etc., the better it is going to be. Now is the time to go and fill out that volunteer form on her website. Okay?
Group leader and an organizer in Tennessee. So she's well known in Tennessee, but also it's not just in Tennessee. She was the founder of the Raucous Rural Caucus for Indivisible as well years and years ago. So she has been this just fierce defender of democracy. And I am just freaking thrilled that we're able to talk to her, and so incredibly proud to have been some small part and have crossed paths with her as she's ascended to the ranks of incredible democracy defenders in the country. So she's given a lot of people a lot of hope, not just in Tennessee, but all over. So Afton, thanks for being here. And first, I just want you to tell us, but especially everybody here, why is this election so important?
Yeah, well, first I want to say thank you so much. It feels like a homecoming. And I just want to elevate that Indivisible has just been such an institutional and foundational part of my story. You all trained me to be one of the best organizers I could.
And I just want to point out, if you go to her Mobilize page, you can, in fact, join multiple virtual join from anywhere phone bank events. You can, in fact, be part of changing politics on the national level here. So, folks, if you need help doing it, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly, reach out to Simric, reach out to Gamergy, and, of course, volunteer on the website. Afton for Congress.
And gave me the opportunity to run around the 7th district in 2017, 2018, through 2020, and to help build the capacity and the infrastructure, the progressive infrastructure we needed to actually win this race, which is why it's so competitive. So some context for folks on the call, Representative Mark Green decided to cash in on his corporate checks. He voted for the big ugly bill and then skipped town to Guyana, where he is doing something sketchy, probably, and thus catalyzing a special election in Tennessee. And it's the last flippable red to blue congressional district in the entire country. It's historically, and so for those of you that remember, Nashville was a consolidated Democratic district, and then after redistricting, they cut it into 3 pieces. And this is one of those pieces. And it just so happens that it includes some of the highest voter turnout precincts in Nashville, coupled with our Purple County, which is up by the Kentucky border and includes Fort Campbell. So it's a lot more competitive than people think. And we have been able to shrink the margin from about 20 to about 6. And
oh, holy shit. Oh, okay. So I was unaware of the internal polling that they have. if they've already done the work of shifting it 16 points, if that work has already been done, like, genuinely a ground game can make the difference. Oh my god. All right.
So that is where we are right now. Our early voting data shows us we're about down by 4. Of course, the Trump PAC decided to jump in. They're spending about $2 million in a race that they didn't want to spend. The airwaves are saturated with attack ads, some from my Indivisible days. So they're going, full throttle, and what it's going to take to win is absolute turnout. And so I'm asking you all for the next 2 weeks, as you are able to make this election your entire personality. And so as you are able to phone bank, as you are able to donate, we can win it. It's just going to take everyone and their second cousin, as we like to say in Tennessee.
Yeah, love it.
That's
Leah?
incredible.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'd love if you could share a little bit more about your own journey from organizer to elected office, and a little bit.
I also just want to throw out there that this is turning out to be a very high spend election, and that in fact, as of 3 days ago, the DNC has thrown its weight behind Afton. Let's see. DNC tells Axios its volunteers have contacted 40,000 voters through door knocking and canvassing. I think they're also throwing money behind her. I know that the total spend for the election is over $7 million at this point. I don't know how much of that is Republican versus Democrat money.
About how your experience as a group leader and organizer shaped how you operate as a leader, as an elected leader.
Yeah, I mean, I was the Tennessee organizer from 2018 to 2020, and then I had Kentucky. And I think it made me understand how to navigate legislative campaigns and then electoral campaigns, which you all do seamlessly. And for those of you that are just joining the Indivisible Network, you're going to come out of this experience just much more trained and much more adept at the hard skills you need to actually win elections and take back our democracy. And that's what happened with me. And then in 2023, I think I got pissed off enough that I looked around and I thought, you know what? I have the hard skills of being an organizer. Why don't I apply those to the state legislature? And so I decided to run. I won in a special election in a really competitive primary, which as an Indivisible, we love primaries, as we know. And I've been a state legislator for 2 years. And I think what's important to note is for those of you that, I never thought I wanted to run for office, but this moment requires courage, a contagious courage, and an urgency that all of us eventually are probably going to have to run for office. So Ezra, Leah, I don't know what y'all's plans are, probably to raise the kids, but eventually one of you is going to have to run for office, because the country is, it is where we are. And I'm so excited that this is the next vehicle in which I can do my organizing in.
We're behind your race, Afton. I'm certainly not running. If y'all can encourage Leah to run, I would be happy to cheerlead her on. But we're focusing on Tennessee 7. That's where we are. So let's talk about the politics of this. You mentioned this a little bit, Afton, already. This is a district that voted for Trump twice. And then after this blue wave that we saw a couple Tuesdays ago, the National Republicans, they're scared of you. They're dropping a boatload of money against you right now. How are you thinking about the state of the race right now? How are you making the argument to voters in that district that you are the right person to represent them in Congress?
Well, I'll be vulnerable with you all. Today's a really rough day. The full onslaught of the National
Yeah, okay. Look, NBC News reporting 3.3 million has been poured into the race specifically to oppose Bain or to support Van Epps, which compares to about 900,000 spent to support Bain. The cash on hand available to the Bain campaign outstrips the cash on hand for Van Epps by about. The Bain campaign has supposedly a little over $1 million on hand, while Van Epps has like 500,000, I believe. It is a messy, moneyed campaign hitting at the very end, you know? We got like a couple weeks left, and that is some big spend on a congressional special election race.
Republican Party is on my back, and I've cried at least twice today. But I have to remember why I got into this race, and it's because our communities don't feel safe, our state is under attack, and people can't afford to live. And if I think about the fact that this race is a matter of life and death for folks on our Medicaid program, it pushes me back into the fight. And so, I obviously have our politics, right? And I knew, the attacks were coming. But if I try to kind of finesse and reframe how those attacks are coming, it's like they're coming because I care about my community. They're coming because I have fought to ensure that marginalized communities have a seat at the table. I have used my voice, my position, and my privilege to check power, right? And that is why they're coming hard after me, and that's why this race is so competitive. So it's TV, as I said, the airwaves, but I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Afton, don't let the bastards get you down. You see all these people who are on this chat. You see people around the country who are inspired by you, who are cheering you on. So screw those guys. They don't understand the district the way that you do. Your opponent would not be a tenth the member of Congress that you would be. You are in this for all of the right reasons, and we all see that. Yep. We all see that and are cheering you on. And thank you for throwing yourself into this, because it is not easy. I know it's not easy. Anywhere, it's especially not easy to do that in a tough district like this when you've got the President of the United States directly trying to defeat you.
And also, like, her policy positions are objectively great. She is, pro-choice. She is running to make sure children get food. She's running to fix roads. She is running to fund hospitals. Like, she is doing the good work of helping working folks out.
We think it's really important in this moment for folks who are standing up to find support, because this is a moment where we've got to stand together. You might say stand together indivisible and treat an attack on you like an attack on all of us, because that's what it is. So we're here behind you. We're really thrilled to be in this fight with you. You are very much not alone, as you can see in the chat right now. Leah?
Yeah, let me take it in a direction the direction that we all want to go. We're imagining, okay, you've won. This has been an extraordinary moment. It's a demonstration of the power of the backlash to what is happening in this country. You're taking the oath of office. What is your top priority in your first week as a member of Congress?
Making living affordable again. I've been running on ending the grocery tax in Tennessee. I've been organizing around it for 3 years. Tennessee is one of 9 states that has a sales tax on food, which is insane. And doing that by closing corporate loopholes. So I would imagine that I would take that fight to Congress and to ensure that the cost of groceries is my number one priority.
Hello, Inquisitor.
100%.
And it's actually what Trump said he was going to do. He said he was going to lower the cost of bread and eggs. He said he was actually going to support folks.
And as we have seen in an earlier segment, he genuinely is like, I don't know why people were asking me about eggs.
Here he is, we're a year in, and instead he's building himself a golden ballroom, demolishing the East Wing of the White House and terrorizing communities around the country instead of doing jack shit for anybody else. So I think that's a powerful message to bring, not just to our own normal constituencies, but even Trump supporters who thought this guy was going to deliver for him. But we can credibly say, this is what we're going to do, and we need real leaders to do that. Right. So thanks for making that argument. So speaking of Congress in general, you know that we've been pretty vocal about calling out the leadership of the Democratic Party, especially Chuck Schumer recently, who's minority leader of the Senate, not the House. It's the Senate, so a different body. But we also know the Democratic Party brand is just about as low as it's ever been. I'm from a rural place in Texas. The word Democrat was a bad word practically where I grew up. I'm curious, as you're engaged in this race, and you're talking to people, why do you think the Democratic brand is so low. And if you could wave a wand, what would you change about it?
What I've seen and heard in my district is they want leaders that fight for them and not for the party, not for special interests, not for donors. Right? And I think a lot of politicians are bought and sold by their corporate donors, by the political PACs that bankroll them, right? And that's not me. And the person I'm running against is.
And she's pro-Palestine? Y'all, get on Afton for Congress. Get on that volunteer list.
Absolute puppet to the puppet masters of the universe.
Also, we've been like talking about folks who are organized, like where are all the Democrats in red districts in rural areas? Like, here is one. This is a good progressive candidate. We have an opportunity here to like activate the rural progressive base.
And in fact, he only came out in support of releasing the Epstein files after he was given the green light from President Trump himself. So I've taken hard stands. That's probably why they're coming after me so hard right now. But I will always fight for the interest of the 7th District and to make healthcare more affordable, to make groceries cheaper. And that's my prerogative.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's great to hear.
All right. Okay, so for the 8,000 people who are on right now, who are watching, who are jazzed, who want to help, how can they help? Tell them where to go and what to do.
Yeah. So the excitement from the Virginia, New Jersey races, like we just need 2 weeks more of that, right? And then you all can rest for the holiday season. So as much as you put into those races, it would send a message if we flip this district to the Trump administration that we are fed up, that we are done with the chaos of Washington, we are done with the cost of living, and that the deep South, the South has something to say. So as you are able, please donate. I know you all are doing phone banking, it sounds like, on your end. We also have phone banking, postcarding. If you're wanting to come down, there's a statewide day of action on November 29th where all of the county parties are coming to the district to help knock doors. We've been knocking thousands and thousands of doors, and they don't really have a field game. They've had to bring in reinforcements in the terms of the NRCC coming in because they hadn't been knocking doors. And guess what? It's a lot of indivisible groups, right? It's all the people that we've been organizing with for the past decade. So once again, I just want to say thank you so much for investing in me as an organizer and as a state legislator. I've been incredibly grateful for the opportunity, and I promise to take that fight to Congress.
We believe it.
Also, like, massive props to her, because I'm taking a look right at like some of her. She has a blog. Like, if you click on the issues section of her website, she actually has a blog where she's been talking about issues for a while now, and one of the ones that caught my eye was this one: legalize pothole repairs. After being a guest on Conservative Talk Radio this week, I'm ready to throw some elbows and ready to take on February. Check out my monthly newsletter below, right? Like, what does this mean? When Senator Campbell and I filed our Pot for Potholes bill, I knew I'd get pushback. Pot is the devil's drug. We could find revenue elsewhere. It will take years to get the infrastructure set up. Well, excuses are like belly buttons. Everyone's got one. I really like how she writes. However, I did not expect so much grassroots enthusiasm across the state from local businesses and conservative voters. Shout out to Larry's Nursery and Landscaping in Clarksville, Tennessee. Legalize pothole repair. This week, I received an email from someone we'll call Peter, who self-describes as an anti-Democrat as anyone you'll ever meet. He heard me on Conservative Talk Radio the other day, and after listening to my argument for legalization, he reached out. Peter's wife has suffered from epilepsy since she was 9 years old. The endless stream of prescribed medications has left her with a myriad of comorbid diseases. On the rare occasions she has traveled to states with legal cannabis, she's found real relief, but back home in Tennessee, that relief is illegal. Peter doesn't care which party gets credit. He wants his wife to get the relief she deserves. His priority isn't politics, it's her health. And that's precisely what this bill is about: putting people first, bringing in dedicated and sustained revenue for Tennessee, and demanding the legislature do something most Tennesseans want. Yeah. I don't know. It really seems like going into a hostile environment and understanding what constituents actually need, regardless of party, is the way to get them on your side.
All the way.
We know it. We know you will. You're going to be an incredible member of Congress. We can't wait to be cheering you on and then holding you accountable when you become a member of Congress, because that's how we do it.
Oh, I know. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
The indivisible groups in your district, look forward to that first meeting when you're in office. I'm sure we are 1,000% behind you. AftonForCongress.com, I believe, is the website for you. So for folks who are looking for more information, they can go there. I see a ton of folks saying that they are volunteering and they are donating. If you were on the fence before, now's the time, y'all. Now's the time. This is the race. There is not another race out there. This is it. The reason why you're reading about it now is because the national Republicans are quaking in their boots right now. They are worried about this. This is a tough district, and also they're worried about it. So please get in, do what you can. Afton, thank you. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. Thank you for being such an incredible leader, for inspiring so many people, again, in Tennessee and around the country. We just can't wait to see your star rise even further.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. Later. Well, that was it.
I love Ezra and Leah, like, just wonderful humans. And folks, all of this to say, there are people who are running right now for elected office in this country that you can support. You can support Afton Bain. You can support Kat Abu Ghazaleh. You can support Rua Roman. And you can start even planning to, like, learn about politics and run yourself. Okay? And one of the things to look at is how in this moment you can step up and help build this movement. A movement dedicated to not just, like, knowing what the correct policy positions are, but actually enacting those policies. Because wherever you are in this country, rural, urban, you can take action and organize for better politics. Whether that's getting involved with your local city commissions, or organizing local folks who are fed up with ICE and protesting at your Home Depot, or organizing the tenants in your building so you have a union that can stand up for the rights of the folks who live there. Or even put yourself out there to volunteer for some of these pivotal races that are coming up. We need folks exactly like you, listening, watching, to step up and start getting involved today. If you need help doing that, you can join our Discord. I've said it multiple times. I'll say it again. Pretty soon you'll be able to say it with me. To join the Discord, !Discord in any of the chats, reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. And your mission when you join is to make them more effective. When you get there, it might be hard. You might get there and it might be that there's a bunch of people who are more interested in virtue signaling than they are in actually getting shit done for working class people. It is your job to make them more effective. It is your job to make the organizing happen. And if you are going to join your local Dems, and I would encourage you to join both, by the way, you, again, join the Discord, reach out to Dragonfly, and she will be happy to help you get involved with your local Democratic Party. And once you are in that room, your job is to be affable, your job is to be approachable, your job is to communicate well with the folks in your local Dems and get them to adopt better politics and better organizing with your community. So that at the end of the day, what we are dealing with isn't just a bunch of people who happen to be right, but a bunch of people who are pursuing actively better politics, better policy, and building not just a group of people who are going to be right about something, but a powerhouse that can get shit done. Because all too often as leftists, we get so enamored with the idea of just knowing what the right thing is. The time for knowing has passed, and we must act on that knowledge. So if you're with me, let's keep moving forward and trying to make that better world that we all can see in our mind's eye a reality. That being said, if you got anything out of today, the segment today, hit that like button, leave a comment, share the video, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because at the end of the day, you guys make this stream and this show possible. I could not do it without you guys. Your support is literally what allows me to do this. I am very, very thankful each and every day that I get to come on and talk with you guys and organize with you guys. And last but not least, if you are in the market for gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, please consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com. Again, made with the world-class skills of my partner. It is designed to fit trans bodies. We've tested it with cis bodies as well, and guess what? The reviews are in, and they are universally positive. So if you're in the market for, lingerie that is cute, feminine, and fits, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. With that being said, I think we will keep on going. Whew! That was a long segment. Great show. Thank you so much. What you can do, appreciate you. Never thought I'd get a chance like this because Tennessee has been red all my life. Yeah, now is the time. Like, if we just for a moment, if we flip that seat in Tennessee, can you imagine? We're fucking shaking the walls of Jericho with that. We're like that is some real existential fear that you are putting into the hearts of every elected Republican in this country. If you flip that seat, there is basically no one in Republican office that is safe in the next election. It is, it will be a good day if we can make that happen. So, I'm excited. I do hope one last time before I think the stream will be done for tonight. Do consider volunteering for Afton for Congress. Here is the mobilize page for it. You can mobilize to canvass. There are multiple events this weekend for canvassing and phone banking. And there is also a virtual event actually later today, November 25th, around noon today. If you would like to, anywhere in the country, get involved with phone banking for Afton Bain. So I highly, highly, highly encourage you all to take those actions and help make a better future possible. Hopefully we can finish What If Alt Hiss tomorrow. That is my hope as well. I'm glad we got through the Hopium content, though. I have one segment we did not get to, and I think we'll do that one and maybe one more, and then we'll do, What If Alt Hiss tomorrow. Shaka, when the walls fell. God. Folks, we've been going for over 6 hours. Here's your reminder to hit the follow button if you haven't on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. Click the goddamn buttons. Every single day, this stream gets bigger and bigger. Thank you all for joining me on this. Got a little song to help you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click what video are we? We'll be going over the remainder of What If Alt History's Modernity is a Lie video. Poof. Folks. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I would love to be able to just keep doing and finish our content out and play some Expedition 33. But it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I have to be up in less than 5 hours to do all those things I can't tell you about on stream. But you know, maybe we'll be able to make it tomorrow. And with that being said, y'all, today was a good stream, and I am sorry for losing my shit earlier. I do feel a bit embarrassed. But that being said, I will get good rest, and tomorrow's a new day, and we'll try again. I hope the secret stuff goes well. Same, Simric. Same. One day I'll be able to tell you guys all about it, but it's not today. Good night, folks. I will see you, I guess, later today, really. Bye!
I'm gonna tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you, workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm earning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.